Did it work right this time, the first time? Let's see. It did! Hello, Super Robot Wars fans! My name is Austin, and this is the Super Robot Wars Archives. Thank you for joining me today. We're going to be continuing our playthrough of GC. This is probably going to be... not probably. Let me not tell lies and get people excited. This is definitely going to be my last test stream before Y. But I knew all of the things that I needed to fix, and now I believe I have fixed them. So I want to lock that in one time before the real deal starts, and then I find out that I didn't actually learn my lessons at all. Okay, so where were we? Actually, no, I guess we can do some admin first. So yeah, Y is right on the horizon. It is, what, four days out from right now? I plan on streaming it at minimum the very first 3 days it comes out. And then with some sort of persistent schedule moving forward after that. But it's available on the 27th, so 27th, 20th, and 29th I'll be streaming. And then we'll make a schedule from there. I'm not sold on times yet. I wanted to try this different time slot from 4 to 8 this time to see if there's some more interest, some more viewership. But I also may have bungled things before they started, simply on the fact that this is Saturday, and that's going to like change when people are going to be available as opposed to like a regular work day. But who knows? We'll see. So stay tuned for that. Anything else? Scripted videos still going well. I wanted to have it out before Y. I don't think it's going to be the case. I'm running into some snags, some snafus, and also just being absolutely beat after this. This is also why I wanted to practice streaming. Good gracious, I've been so tired after both of these last streams. I was expecting it to be somewhat exhausting, right? Like a lot of my time working in the past has been in some sort of like forward-facing capacity where I've had to do a lot of talking. Like I used to be a teacher, so I spent a good 8 hours a day talking to people. But this is, I don't know, something else. I think probably it's just a combination of that and the heat. The weather's really getting to me. Okay. But while I'm yapping, we can do that interspersed between when we have to like wait for the game to allow us to play it. But I do think, don't want to get too excited, but I believe we are actually going to be allowed to play the game we want to play now. We're getting access to some mass-produced type Gundams. Oh wait, hold on. I said I figured everything out, but this is the one thing that I still have not figured out comfortably, is like how to keep this pop out in some place that I can see it and that it doesn't minimize every time I like need to change and click on other screens. Does it stay? Okay, I think I've got that correct. I was trying to keep it over on my left monitor with the rest of my like internet stuff, but I've got a spot in my OBS that I'm not using. I can like kind of, doesn't actually rest in there obviously, but like slot it in there. Okay. Still didn't fix that problem though. I don't think there's a good answer for keeping this program, of which I will not be more specific, from being inoperable if my mouse is not clicked on. But that's fine. Okay. Right, so this upcoming scenario, we are going to be receiving... Are we... Oh, wait, hold on a second. This is scenario 5. This is not what we're supposed to be looking at. We need to be looking at... Oh... You know what? Because I did it. I've switched programs to prevent some other issues, but that means it didn't keep the save state that we had from last time. So I can probably hold on a second. I can probably get that sorted, right? This is going to be very interesting to watch, but again, this is why we're doing these, to get this stuff. Oh, that being said, I'm not going to be using an emulator for Y, so I guess that won't be as much of a problem. I was looking through the Y list for the very, very beginning parts of things. I was sort of hoping that I could go in pretty ignorant to everything. I wanted to go in pretty fresh, but I just don't think that's a realistic expectation. Lost my headset. I just don't think it's a realistic expectation if I'm going to, like, try and be a professional about things. I can probably go in with... I'm going with very little knowledge, but I do... My point being is I don't think we have access to a lot of generic units, so I don't even know if my generic playthrough plan is even possible with Y. I've not played 30. I only barely played T. And saying that out loud, I don't actually think there were a lot of things that would qualify, so maybe that plan has been scrapped from the start. Okay, let's do this. I can start a different instance of GC in the place we played it last time. I can save it. Let's hope this doesn't ruin everything. I can load our state. This one. Oh boy, audio's crossing. Hopefully that's not too bad for you guys. I don't think it should be because I have the channel selected correctly, but we'll see. Then we can go... No, we have to save here. Quickly. Because it can read the save data from past iterations of itself. Okay. Close this. Yes. Close this. Now, we should be back here. That did not work. What if we... Can we just reset it? See if we'll do it then. Let's find out. I also don't use this program a lot, if you can't tell. No, that is not correct. Okay, at the risk of wasting more time, we'll just play the scenario for realsies. So if anyone didn't watch last time, the trouble we're having here is we already played scenario 6, and it also does not allow us to follow our rules. So it's going to force a lot of okay, hold on a second. It's going to force a lot of people into their original units, which means they're going to be taken out of the generics we've been putting them in. And the objective is one that is like heavily time-based. And the primary gist of our strategy right now is that we get to take as much time as we want, and that is not true in here. We have 5 turns before... Well, sorry, no, we get 6 turns. It's once... I don't actually... It's hard to say. This is why I like testing this stuff. Because it's 6 turns pass, but I don't know if that means we get to turn 6 or we're allowed to have a player face turn 6. But our objective is to get the white base here down to one of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, these 5 tiles. Theoretically, I don't trust any of these arrive objectives. If you watched episode, what is that? I'm 30, somewhere around there, of R, there was an arrive objective that showed you 8 tiles, and one of those tiles just didn't count. They'd be so upset. But there's way too many serious enemies. I think we could take all of these enemies with the generics if we had unlimited time. Or we could do this in 5 turns if we didn't have to deal with bosses, but we have to do both, so I don't think we can play this with generics. But once we finish this scenario, then we will get free reign to do whatever we want, I think. I'm hoping. Or if not, we're just playing a very weird and scuffed playthrough of GC. That's fine. I think somewhere halfway through here we were talking about why and the ability to do this. And it does not look like we're going to have access to generics really very much. And as fun as it would be to challenge ourselves on the very first playthrough, right? Like I don't dislike the idea of my first playthrough being a challenge, being extra hard. I do think this kind of playthrough is not necessarily going to be feasible for literally every game. It feels like it needs some amount of like prior game knowledge to allow it to be feasible. It's one of the reasons why I picked GC, because we have. I hesitate to call it a well, okay, sorry, yeah. I hesitate to call it a mechanic, but that's not true. It is a mechanic that you can pick up. You can. I don't want to use the phrase kidnap, because we're just taking the robot. We're not taking the pilot. But capture is what the game calls it. The fact that you can capture enemies does mean that we just have like a much higher density of units that are going to be pretty garbo. So I figured it was prime for doing this sort of thing. Unlike, say, you know, the very first Super Robot Wars of I moved my base right out of range. That's fine. Yeah, as opposed to the first like real Super Robot Wars 2. That there are basically no generics in it at all. We can actually make an attack if we go into fighter jet mode, so we may as well try. He is defensive enough that I don't feel the need for a persist. A persist on someone that has willpower just feels so bad. It feels so bad. Because that willpower can heal us so many more times than that one persist is blocking damage. So I don't get it. We still want to take. Do we have another accuracy option? We do. Okay. And we have cash. Right, because we did have in haul over whether we should like count getting money here or not. Oop, I'm gonna hold on a second. We're gonna mute the mic. Good gracious! I had a handful of peanuts before stream for a protein snack, and the dust of them is just not happening. Not happening. A good time to remember to hydrate, though, anyway. Whether I'm doing it for hydration itself or just to not choke to death. Oh, good gracious. Sorry about that. Okay. I don't think the Dragon R3 is enough to finish off. Nope, not there. Here. Meio Plato. The Dragon R1 only did 2,200, and I think it's probably the most offensive of the 3 Dragon Rs. So we're gonna need some other. Help. That's fine. Let's see how bad it can be. Okay. If it's not dead, it's not. I do believe Dragon R3 Light can take. Oh no, this is tap, sorry. Oh, this is also the 2. I don't know why I thought this was the 3. Okay. At least I was right in saying that Light is in the 3. I was pretty sure Light was in the 3. I just thought this. I didn't know what the 2 heads went to. And then I think the main character and the Bragger can handle her. I was really I'm pleasantly surprised to see the Bragger is going to be in Y. I did not expect that. I wasn't looking at what the DLC units were. I was getting some preemptive paperwork together and saw their name. I do wish we got to have the other G7s. Like, I would love the Sasoriger again. depending on how this playthrough works out, I would love to use them here. I did not really give them. Not only did I not use them a lot in my first playthrough of this, I also just, like I said before, had used them badly. I sort of expected them to be a tank in the way, say, like the Majin Kaiser or the I don't know what other good defensive, like a really defensive unit was in this. I guess the Raijin is also a pretty defensive unit, especially when you get Bakuryu. Yeah, right. So I was expecting it to perform a very defensive role. It's not designed around it. It's a super robot, but it has just obnoxiously long range. And then he's in the main character, and this Zaku is well, we haven't gotten to see the Soul Blazer Gunner. I guess we can take a look at it once. I don't think this certainly isn't going to kill the Zaku. I'm curious how efficaciously I'm playing these games, because I'm used to thinking of things like, you know, Disgaea and Fire Emblem, where you could have one unit one-shot a multitude of enemies, but like even early on. Whereas here, you definitely need a plethora of your team tag teaming on one enemy to get them dead. I do think that's a real shame. Okay, I really expected that Zaku to die. We probably should have been setting it up this turn, but we could potentially capture one of these dry. No, these aren't dry. These are Gebai. What does K go to? G. I think that's correct. We can heal here, as much as I would prefer to heal Amuro, but that's okay. Does Norris does have... Is his name Norris Sanders? Is it Norris Sanders? I think I remember. I have not watched... Actually, I think it's been almost a decade since I've watched 8th Mobile Suit Team. It's actually probably been longer. That's wild. Though it's been a minute since I've watched any Gundam. I tried watching Wing again recently, and I know this is like sacrilege, but I did not have a very good time with it. I'm not the kind of person that needs my plot to be the most like detailed or most meticulous. Those are the same thing. I'm not the kind of person that is like, that has to be there just for the plot, right? Like I can watch a show specifically for and because of the character interactions. But I do need things to make sense a little bit, and just the monster of the week, but instead organized around the mission, really got grating halfway through. It was not as great as I remember it being, which is a shame. Okay, we will have an opportunity to capture one of those later, so let's take it out now. That should be dead, yeah. We also, yeah, we need to be full sending the white base. If I had, like, tried to plan for this scenario, it should probably also have the booster on it. I do actually think that would also, like, even properly save a turn. And... Yeah, I'll position Amuro a little bit more on the right side to try and get those Zaku. And then definitely send the main character over. She can clean up all of them, ideally. I'm going to... Okay, I was going to say I could move the Breiger over here and see if we can start working on one of these two to capture. But like I said, I think we're not committed to that plan, and I would also need Amuro to be somewhat in position to be able to do that too, because he's the only other person with sniper. So instead, we're going to leave these to Kain and the rest of the other Dragonars if they can help it. I think I was starting to say somewhere in there, it also doesn't matter where the rest of our pilots are. If we get the white base across the goal, that's the only thing that matters. Once we've done that, all the rest of our pilots will retreat. I do find it a little bit funny because of the nature of the plot of this scenario. This is not the best positioning. We'll go here instead, that's fine. Right, because we're going to get a pilot, I don't remember which one, that finds himself without a Balyut and is, like, crashing into Earth's orbit, so he's, like, burning up. Because he's away from the ships. But we can be away from the ships, and that means absolutely nothing. That's totally fine, totally acceptable. Are we large? Does it say? Oh, we are large. But the Zaku... I wonder why the Zaku's attacking our parts. That seems odd to me. Because they're not... Normally you have to be 2 sizes smaller to be forced into attacking something of a larger size, I'm pretty sure. We'll try to dodge there. That's fine. Oh, that's not good. Okay, I think Kane's gonna die. Hopefully that is not a game over condition. Or we'll just dodge everything. And we'll block here. That's fine. Oh, man. We probably won't even kill it with 4800 power. What is happening? I guess I could. Can I look and see what they're attacking? Oh, okay, right. This is Norris. That's okay. Right, we gotta get our. Let's actually try and pretend we're kind of playing this scenario. Norris has a repair kit, so we do need to kill him, like now, so we don't accidentally trigger his ability to recover with it. We are going to ram the white base. No, we don't have to. Hold on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got a move of 6. So if we're here, we can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. As long as something's in front of the white base, it can go here. And we can also clear out the white base. Whatever's in front of it. Beginning of next turn. I want it in this position so that it can use its like guns designed around attacking battleships on the Musai. Right, but yeah, so we want to take out Norris this turn so he doesn't get put to the repair kit value. I should be able to see whether or not which part is getting attacked, because I was sort of planning around the fact that the Breiger had so far not been getting attacked in like all of its parts have been attacked before. I wonder what the difference is, and maybe it's just my like constant gripe about these games is that they go easy on you. We can turn this attack animation on. Oh right, I said I wanted to do this anyway to get different music going. Is he supposed to have dialogue there? Oh, okay, no, Amachi's got dialogue. Maybe Norris just doesn't. No, because kid's definitely making noise here. Do they just not have dialogue prompts for like screaming? Incredible. It does look like we're also getting visual cues, right? Like all that red text below where his health bar was that popped up said like accuracy down or damage down. So it does look like the game tells you when. Whoops. Wait, no. We have the ability to skip these. Hold on. We can. Okay. It does look like the game tells you when you have hit one of the thresholds for the non-body HP parts, right? So like if the head goes down, hold on. There's definitely a screen where you can see this one. Here, wait, we can go to the right. So like where we have 10% off our accuracy and 10% off our damage right now with the Bragger. It does look like the game shows you that. I did not pick up on that last time. Okay. We can heal Kain with light. We've got 2 of these. I know it was a little bit wasteful, but I'd rather use it and keep him around. I think we can heal Kai with our actual like action, and then we can give it to the G7. What turn is it? It is turn 4. See, right, we only have 2 turns left. This is why it was like we are just barely getting this done, and we are getting to use the full extent of our team. Which, I want to be very transparent here. I have no problem with that. I'm like struggling to get that out. I have 0 problems with the game pressuring us like this, right? Like I think it's a good objective. It's just we can't complete it for this like silly challenge we're doing. I do feel like I would say generally speaking, I'm not that much of a complainer. My friends tell me that I'm not at all, but I think I am a little bit. But I do think I become a savage complainer when it comes to games, or it sounds like I am, because I'm trying to think about the game in like a very specific context. So my criticism is maybe around exactly the moment in which we are interacting, rather than like as a whole. We can go down here, and actually, I'm pretty sure that Tap does have a support attack if this doesn't kill. It does not. That didn't even get to take damage at all. Neither of these bosses did. Okay, so Amuro has no business attacking the Musai, because he's only going to be attacking one of the subparts to it, rather than the body, because it's too big. So we can let the white base damage it some, have the Trider and the Trider and the Bragger come in and chunk it some more before the white base finishes, and it can like move here, attack with some of its weaker guns. It'll still attack the body because of the size comparison, and then hopefully kill it while it's ending its turn. So there's no reason for Amuro to be over there. Both of these Zaku can come in. That's a generic that'll die to the main character. Yeah, both of these are generics and also very damaged, so they can die on counterattacks. We can let Amuro, he still has a flash on, I think, open one of these 2 for damage. Doesn't matter. This is a cartridge. This is a propellant tank. They're not going to heal. Do we know about their stats at all? We do. 123 dodge. 124 dodge. Okay, well, we'll pick the... Never mind. There was another oh! I was gonna say there's another confounding variable here, which is this, but what's our accuracy here? 55. Good gracious. No, okay. Beam Saber does. Yeah, that is definitely 2 pilots away from dying. Oh, I never remembered to look up how to pronounce his name correctly. Oh, we do have a flash. Okay, we can attack the dry. No, he'll get another. We can still take an action next turn to get the double EXP. Also, this still isn't a dry. This is a. Hold on, I have the webpage next to me. Gateway? Sure. Oh no, I think we decided it was a Gibbai, right? Because that's Ha with a 10-10, so that's Ba. So Gibbai, I think. You have my blessing to make fun of my Japanese in the comments. I am deeply curious how much of the population, how much of the player base of these games does know any Japanese. Like, I don't think you should have to. It's sort of part of the point of why I'm doing some of these things too, right? Like, I want to make it available for people who can't speak it. But I do see, looking at forums and things, that a lot of people want the English options, right? Like which games were released in English, which ones have translation patches. Awful. And I get it. Like, I totally understand. I think it's more than reasonable. But I wonder just how little rep some of these games get because of that. We put a focus on and we still have 100%. That's what I get for not checking before I activated my spirits. This is fine. Yeah, we'll dodge. And then we can give this to Sanders. Perfect. I do say I do a lot. I feel like I say I do a lot on stream, and then when filming for my video, filming for the scripted video, I say so much. I cut out probably like 100 so's. Good golly. Thinking about sort of the gameplay loop that's going on here, it feels very much like, I'd rather be accurate and get some actual apply some damage. It feels like you gain levels really, really rapidly in this game. And that seems reminiscent of how Neo is also. That game is just like throwing you levels hand over fist. Every pilot probably levels up at minimum 3 times the entire over the course of a scenario. Like, you could very realistically cap your level if you're playing somewhat greedily, but not like sitting there farming or anything, right? But if you're playing with some amount of intention to gain levels, very, very easily you could be hitting close to max level. Can we get there? Okay, that works. We've got some nice post-movement options. I'm like not used to thinking about what they all are because we've been trying to avoid using these units, but I guess I'm also just used to older games where your post-movement options were usually just 1 range, or having like a 1 to 2 range post-movement option. Unheard of, incredible, unthinkable. Because we're out of energy here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do we also lose some of our legs? Yeah, we must have. Okay. That's why we're... Actually, yeah, so hold on. Let's get close. Could we attack with this if we were closer? No, we couldn't. This is literally our best attack anyway. Great. I want to use something defensive just to make sure that we don't, like, die to this. We can add 2 range something, but that's not going to matter. The reason I was asking was we do have access to an Excel, so if we wanted to get right up close to it, we could. But there's no reason to. I did, in looking at Omachi's scan, remember that we did not farm SP spirits. Or, yeah, I mean, we did not farm spirit aces with any of our pilots. That's my mistake. We did not spend these things correctly. So I guess we'll spend up now if we can. Oh, Ryu didn't even get hurt. Sure. Great. Who else can spend spirits? Oh, it doesn't matter on you, though. We're not using you. He's in his Zaku. I didn't need to check that. Obviously, we're using him. Kai, you can spend as much as you can. Sanders, you can only spend one of these. You already have Persist on Bullseye. It is. You also spent all of yours. We can take Amuro. Yeah, we'll move Amuro back because he's Giga Ultra dead to get this resupply to give us a little bit more experience on tap. Okay. And it's just a matter of who we want to give this to. I think I would prefer it on Kai if we can help it. Superb. And then the white base will fly over. And then everyone retreats into the white base. Okay. Now we get to play the game for reals. Oh, right, yeah. Here's the boss that we destroyed during the actual game, but then he just retreats so he could die in a cutscene later. I wonder if that's what our health actually was at. Do we just like keep our health situation? Given this, I suspect if we had lost Kain, that probably would have been a game over then. Oh, right. Yeah. This was the one where I like sat for a minute looking at the description. Don't let the D weapons get destroyed. Like, was a D weapon, but I think those are the Dragonar pilots. I've just never heard that like category together. I do think Dragonar is probably not as well cataloged as, say, you know, Gundam that has like what 50,000 wiki pages or something. You get to die twice. Usually that's reserved for like main characters. We can't skip these though. We can skip the animation, the attack animation, but we can't skip cutscenes yet. Oh yeah, I guess if anyone wants to chime in on seeing as all my plans for Y are now out the window. I had originally planned on just not doing anything with the story because it's not what that's not the niche my channel's got. But if people have votes on the story, I guess let me know. I don't care either way. Not fully true. I would prefer to skip the story if at all possible. I usually don't pay attention to it. But if people want to see the story, then we can go there. But know that I'm going to be critical of it. I'm harsh on stories. Okay. Great. We have a lot of money to spend, I know, but we're going to just set... no, we can't just end. But I am going to skip all of our funds because we're saving those for the new robots we're getting this upcoming scenario. I do got to put people back in their correct place, though. Hayato was the one that we had in the gym because he has the best melee. Sanders we had in the ball because he had the worst stats of everyone. And then otherwise, I guess Kain we took out of. I probably shouldn't do this every time because we're probably going to have people get slotted back in to their respective units a lot. Okay. I guess while we're here and we just talked about money, I do feel like the one challenge that I see talked about a lot is not using upgrades, which is fine. We can do that. But I think that is, on the whole, maybe in my opinion, some of the less interesting of strategy. I think for two reasons. This is the less important one. And the second part I'm going to say sounds kind of backwards, which is why I'm going to hold it for later, because that might just go into a longer conversation. I think there's more depth in this game given upgrades because of the, like, you have gotten, you've completed all your upgrades, so here's like a bonus you can get. And I do think units definitely want that. I do think that matters a lot to some certain units. So, what do we got? Oh, right, because the ball's only in space. We can't put it out. That's fine. Let's see how this goes. We might die. Glad I saved. Oh boy, no. Okay. We need to get the white base to the Medea. And fast. Actually, yeah, sorry. We should look at our objectives. So that's if either of the two battleships die, so that's the white base, and now the Medea. We'll look at that in a second. If 3 turns pass, or yeah, I guess here I've combined these. This is allied battleships. This is 3 turns. This is the Medea. And then our objective right now is just to get the Medea and the white base to link up. This is the Medea, piloted by Generic instead of Miss Matilda. I really hope we get our new pilots soon. I guess theoretically they're being supplied by the Medea. I hope we don't get them after the scenario. This is going to be rough if it's post the scenario. Even just 1 unit down makes a big difference. Again, had I known what we were going into, putting the booster on the white base, that actually, with that said, I think the answer is going to be putting the booster on the white base regardless, because it's just mattered the most so far. If we still have it left, right? If I didn't sell it out of like spite to, we can't use these parts because we gained them during not the real part of the game. But yeah, so I don't love the idea of no upgrades, because I think there's some interest to be gained about getting to choose what your like max complete upgrade is going to be. But I think that's small by comparison. I guess I could lump that in with the idea of like not being able to buy skills or buy abilities in some of these later games on your units. I think there's just an absolute glut of them, and they make your units all kind of the same thing at a point. But using some of them would be interesting. So, right, like being able to allocate a certain number of stat points or being able to allocate a certain number of skills, I think is more interesting. Oh, Matilda was on board. There we go. We're getting the 8th Mobile Suit Team pilots. Superb. Okay, our objectives are now destroy all enemies, and if any of our battleship is destroyed. The hover tank does not yet count as the battleship. Okay, so we can't use Shiro because he's a main character, but we will be able to use his unit later, because right now his unit is just this mass-produced Gundam. I know it has Gundam in the title, but it also has mass-produced in the title, so we're going to count it. It has a panoply of attacks. We've got mostly ranged, which is not surprising for a Gundam. Our pitiful Vulcans are probably never going to see them get used. We have our 100mm machine gun, our sort of like bread and butter attack. Melee, the bazooka that we've gotten used to as having the 4 ammo, and then we also have a 180mm cannon, which is I think our longest range, comparable with the ball. With also only 4 ammo. And all 3 of those Gundams are the same right now. One of them is going to get a bit of a downgrade in a minute, but that won't change whether we're going to be using it or not. Okay, we now have real... Oh, wait, sorry. No, we have to look at the hover tank, too. Oh, it also has an EWAC. I did not realize that. That's good. Because both of them have been deployed, we're just going to allow both of them to be used, seeing as it's not actually our battleship yet. But if we get to choose between battleships, this will be our battleship. But we'll still keep using the white base, too, for this scenario. The EWAC, I believe, stops you from getting hit by missile-based attacks. It's certainly a defensive ability, and it also has an area of effect to it. You can see. It won't grow in the same way that leadership has in other games, but it's a very good defensive ability, if I remember correctly. We just have a pretty poor weapon. But its primary use is right here. If you've watched my R playthrough, you will know how much I've extolled the virtues of the carrot for being being able to both heal and resupply, and the hover tank gets to do both. Unfortunately, we don't get to keep the hover tank for the entire game, though, so that's sort of the trade-off there. Okay. Do we have access to sniping? No, we do not. That's too far out of range to get a support attack. This one is not, though, so I think we're just kind of park it and let enemies come to us, because we're already in a good position to get support attacks off. Right? And then we can get ourselves into even better position. And then just attack stuff, weaken it up. And see where that takes us in terms of what units are going to be left. This is again also why I was waiting for this scenario. The Gundams are pretty decent out of the box. And we definitely needed that help. Just in having also more units to work with. Yeah, and we can also spend a lot more freely now in terms of weapons because we have access to a resupplier on demand. And the Gundams will get a lot of use. I do need to check. I might need to be a little bit more reserved in this sort of free spending on them. If they actually can't go into space, they are ground type mass-produced Gundams, so it's possible we won't be able to send them into space. But we also need to like get through the scenarios. But speaking of out of the box, so that's the second part. Is I do think a no upgrade run demonstrates you're going to be way more reliant on the units that are immediately good rather than the units that become good. And like I get that that's the point, and I think those challenges work better in games where either the margin of difference between the best and the worst units is much smaller. So again, like say Fire Emblem, where the difference of your unit's performance might be right, like two or three points of damage, where here there's such a massive range of number, you know, the difference between units could be pretty astronomical. And everyone's kind of a growth unit a little bit because levels are so much greater and numbers are so much greater, right? Like in Fire Emblem, you're happy if you get a stat you're happy if you get like 2 or 3 stats in a level. Whereas here, you're like, oh man, I only get 1 point to every one of my stats in a level, right? Like, the number scaling is just very different. So, the units that tend to be really good out of the box immediately are way more apparent to start. And hold on a second, I got it. Sorry, let me think up. Let's talk about this turn first, then we can go back to that thought. So we'll pin the thought on the units tend to be much better out of the box here. Okay, who is part of the way dead? Pretty much everyone. I think we got hits on most. Okay, that back row of Zaku's is not. I don't want the hover tank. I was gonna say I don't want the hover tank resupplying, but we also don't need to resupply when we just have used the 180mm machine cannons. We could use other weapons first too, so maybe that'll be fine. Shame we can't use these two to hit this Gebai. This Zaku is ours. I do wish they'd like made some way to differentiate these because we're using enemy units, but that's fine. I'm pro-making this attack here. Light doesn't have... Actually, we'll scan these quick. Okay, while we're scanning, I'll go back to the thought I was having, then we'll go back to planning the turn. Yeah, so units that tend to be good from the start in Super Robot Wars tend to be very good from the start. And that's like, you're already going to be using those units anyway, because they're like the good and cool ones, right? Where games that are themselves their own franchise, you need to sell people on liking a unit. Like, we need to try and make characters look cool to get people to want to use them. Whereas Here, all of these units have come with fans already. And while, like, yeah, not everyone's watched everything, right? Like, I've not watched Dragonar. I know a little bit about it. But, A, there's already some literacy to it because we sort of, like, know what to expect out of these characters already being characters. They already have a plot written for them because of the nature of, like, plot writing. But I do think most importantly, most of these robots already have fans for them. So they need to sort of they need to fit what people would expect out of them first before they need to be necessarily mechanically correct. So the ones that people want to use are already going to be very good. So like how different of a playthrough is it going to be if I'm using characters that are already very good that you're already probably going to see people using because they're already the fan favorites, because they made the fan favorites very good, but just slightly slower because we can't upgrade them. I think that is the accurate assessment of what's happening here. I'm willing to be told otherwise by it. From my time thinking about how the mechanics of these games work, that is roughly speaking what I have clocked. So I'm not sure how valuable making that change. I'm not sure how valuable that challenge would be. Like, I'm not sure how valuable changing the plan up from upgrades to no upgrades. That wouldn't really change the roster of what we're using at all. And that to me is more interesting. Like, I want to be forced to make choices about like who we're bringing in and whatnot. So with that said, I as with basically every game, I do like things having a points list rather than, say, a ban list. This is largely coming from playing card games. Not from playing competitive card games, but not... Hold on. I was trying to approach playing the card games competitively, but I did not go to, like, big-name fancy tournaments or something, right? Like, I'm not, like, out here winning lots of money or, like, being a tournament star or anything like that. Like, you get what I'm saying? But from my time playing card games, I found that they were working the best when people were allowed to play with all of the things that they liked, but maybe not necessarily all of them all at once at the same time. Instead, they had to pick and choose a little bit. But that system would require some amount of prior knowledge. Either, what do we have that's not been used? Oh, right, Shiro and the other ground Gundam. So yeah, that would require some prior knowledge, either of me having played the game before and making my own points list. I have done that for Neo. I did try to draft race myself because no one would play the game with me. Or having like one of you all make a points list or some sort of like buy-in system of like you can only pick one from this pool of units. You only pick one from that pool of units. Or alternatively, the tried and true YouTube stream standard. I can be bribed if people in comments want to be like, here, just pick these ones because I like them or because I think it's going to be hard. Like, I'm totally down with that. Right, Sanders doesn't have... Okay, we are going to resupply this turn so that we can get a support attack, or support attack off if necessary. I think this should kill. It has historically. Oh, I guess we looked at our units. We never actually looked at our pilots, though. I'm not very good at doing this because I'm like, I have some of this stuff in my head. Karen's pretty strong. I think we're probably going to end up using Karen a decent amount. You can see how much damage she's doing. She has very good ranged options. She has wall and and focus. So she takes less damage and she can dodge. All around pretty decent. She starts with shield defense and the support attack. Like, again, none of these pilots are like particularly standing out really dramatically. And we already have Sanders. We've already seen him. None of these pilots are standing out that dramatically compared against each other. But the little bits are what we're going to need to care about anyway. Oh, I guess actually, sorry, there was one person we also did not talk about yet. We have another pilot with us into the tank. This is Elidor, something like that. He just has extra spirits for the hover tank to use. We also have scan on him and bullseye on him. The bullseye is probably not going to matter. I believe his spirits later do make a big difference, though. I think he gets some like healing or some like get money, get XP bonus spirits, like those kind. You know the ones. Okay. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do the Zaku's really not have 5 ranged attacks? Oh, he just used all of them already. Okay. We can give this to Hayato then to get the EXP. Okay, cool. And then I don't mind the white base sort of playing interception. Our move's down by 2. Our engines have been just... Wow, our move drops pretty dramatically from taking damage there. That's fine. Still came in close. Okay. That is totally fine with me. If the white base ends up being a sitting duck, I will not be too upset. I think once we get through these, once we get through the Meio Plato goons again, we're gonna be pretty okay. I mean, Char still exists, the Gao still exist, but Char was pretty easy last time. He died pretty quickly, and I don't think the Gaos are going to be that big a deal. Oop, I meant to block there. We ate the input from my pad, my D-pad. That's fine. Okay. Yeah. So what's our range situation here? They have. Okay, they only have 6 range. I guess why we got these Gundams now. I like that. No, we go after, yeah, let's go after Meio Plato. Because we can get a support attack off, which keeps Karen safe. I believe this is going to kill him. Yeah, totally. Karen doesn't have access to... But she doesn't have accuracy. I forgot to add her accuracy. Darn it, darn it, darn it. I was just thinking we had the bullseye from Xander, so it was fine. 70 hit is not the best. We do want to move the hover tank in to be able to resupply her next turn to give her extra... To give her extra 7 ranged attacks, or not extra, but to give her 7 ranged attacks back. But this works out fine because we can heal tap going down. And then I guess well, no, we should see if we got better options first. We do have some people with... Pretty sure someone else has a bullseye. No, is it just Sanders? Oh, no. Tap does have it. Yeah, that's fine. I want to save... We can come up here. I think let's try that. We got to use the 2,000 power attack. We have to. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, we'll go 1 space down to whatever benefit that gains us. Oh yikes, he's got counter. Okay. And it's not even lethal. Okay. How hurt are you? We're gonna use the repair kit here. I don't think we can afford to risk it. I do want to save the fortune for one of the Gao because it is a battleship, so it's going to be worth a lot more. It's worth 4,000. Oh, you know what? No, he's only worth 3,000. We could save. It's still better to use on the battleship. We'll save it for the battleship. I don't think we're gonna have any trouble taking the battleships down. Okay, we can still get some accuracy benefit off of something like focus off of Kai. Yeah. We get closer to the battleship for the leadership bonus. Or is it better to just get up close? Why can't I use... Oh, I can't use the beam saber because he's flying. That's a real bummer. Okay. Are the Vulcans going to get used? Because the Vulcans have plus 30 accuracy. He's got so little HP left, but the Vulcan's power is so low. That feels too risky. Okay, hold on. The 100mm machine gun is plus 15 accuracy. That's not the worst. I don't mind potentially giving it... Yeah, let's try give it to Karen. Oh, man. Yeah, we got there. Sick. Okay, great. Like, it was a neutral trade in terms of damage, but it was not a neutral trade in terms of turn economy. And we also, like, we need to kill him because he had the repair kit. We got a cartridge here, one of propellant tank, and spare parts. Oh, does spare parts heal your non-body parts? I don't remember what that does. And then these goofballs don't have any skills, at least at this point. Yeah, okay. No, we do want to move Light up to get 2 more rivalry bonuses. This is a little bit risky, but I don't know if we've got a better choice. I guess we can use Kai. No, we do have a better choice. Yeah, we can use Kai to weaken. And if he doesn't kill through support attacks, then Light can clean him up. Yeah, okay, great. We also have, we do still have 2 of those trusts left over, which is not nothing. It's free for 4,000 HP we're sitting on. There's a cartridge that doesn't mean anything though, I don't think. Neither of those have taken damage yet. How's Bright looking? Bright's body is pretty trashed. If we can help it, I would like him to not see combat. Maybe they'll go... no, we probably need to spend it. Okay, I think we just pick... Let's pick our target because he's 1 point more accurate. I think that has to be where we're softening things up. Only 67. Did we use... Oh, right, he doesn't have an accuracy-based. Does Ryu have an accuracy-based action? No, he does not. I guess we're seeing where the defining quality of what our pilots are going to need is just the ability to hit things. Like I don't want to risk a 67. That's so low for what is A, not going to be that much damage, and B, not that much damage to them, and B, will be a lot of damage to us. Yeah, that's fine. I also was not paying attention if the heal off of the hover tank, off of like using repair, gives you body HP back or not. We'll have to... I do think the white base is going to probably have to leave pretty shortly, but that's a-okay. Okay, we can have Sanders go here. That sets up this Golf. Yeah. Okay, we can either set up a Golf to die, or we can take one out. I think I'd rather set up one. Yeah. And then Karen can take out this one. We got the accuracy boost. We can... Oh, we scan the goof. Not the goofs, the gals. These big ol' bomber planes. Game is frozen. Okay. They have 2 to 7 range and 1 to 3 post movement is what I'm interested in. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's practically everybody. We are already in range. Karen's already in range here, so moving forward 1 space isn't actually going to change anything. As far as being in proximity to the gals. But it is going to let us be a little bit more aggressive with our positioning, so I do like moving forward. Okay. And then there was just 1 left. It's Kai that has the focus. So let's see what our accuracy is looking like. 68%. Should be 98% now. Nice. We'll take those odds. That's good. We can move the gym up here to get double supports. And we can start chipping at... Okay, that can't attack us. I forgot to take this through. It's going to take me a minute to get used to having to look at, you know, which of these weapons actually can be used on people. Okay, so these bombs... Actually, I don't know. Yeah, these bombs can be used on anybody, but the beam cannons are only large to super large. So as long as we're out of 3 range of it, 1, 2, 3, we actually are safe to attack. So that's good to know. These are both under weapons, so let's start attacking the weapons then. Because if we like we've done in the past, if we just leave them alive and just sort of like puttering about, then that's no big deal to us, right? He doesn't have any parts yet. He can't heal that. Okay, before light goes, we should see who needs healing. Just tap. Let's give him healing, and then let's see what the hover tank does in terms of healing the light base. Okay, that's unfortunate. Why couldn't we heal that? Is it because we were on the ground and it can't... That would be so bizarre if it couldn't heal flying units. Well, I got a little trigger happy with my inputs there. That's a shame. I guess, no, we'll hold our ground and we'll put persist up, and we just won't attack. That's fine. And it was 1, 2, 3, so we're standing here. This is still a fair attack. But where does the other one go? 1, 2, 3, 4. Can one of them get onto the cliff face? No, they can't. I guess, so we could go here and then put another one here. I didn't like that whichever of the Dragonor pods was going to be sitting here was going to be all alone, but we can move a Zaku down and position it between in this like little T shape we're making to keep some supports. I think that might be our plan. Assuming that we don't take out the weapons. I don't think we're going to, but we could. No, we're not going to. I'm also sort of banking on the gals just not moving. Yeah, I think that's better than getting an attack. And the white base is not moved. Yeah, we're good. Okay, they did move, but they moved did not actually attack any of our vulnerable units, which is fine. We're just gonna block these. Yeah, that's not a ton of damage. Meant to block that. Again, it ate my input. I gotta remember to be a little bit more deliberate here. There we go. Okay. These entries are really very squishy and loose. Yeah, we can let the support attack take the damage, reducing that considerably. Great. And that takes out the weapons. Okay, so that Gao is now taken care of. That's totally fine. We can pass this over to the Drow again. And we can... Oh, I guess it's a different Drow. We can start working on Char. I think he has to go next turn. Okay. Oh, it can heal. Can you not heal post-movement in this game? No, you totally can. That's so bizarre that we couldn't heal the white base. I don't know why that happened. If anyone knows, please tell me. Inquiring minds want to know. Okay, so Sanders can finish Char. We need to do something about one more of those attacks, but that's fine. I'm gonna go slowly so I don't mess it up. Okay, healing. We can heal here. That's so odd. He's only missing 10 HP. Oh, man. I would really like to know if it heals the body or not. I guess, or the other parts or not. I guess we should plan assuming that it doesn't. So let's see what we can take out. This can take out this Zaku. This is Kai. Yeah. Well, actually, let's see what he can do about Char first. Oh, okay, no. This is definitely better. We'll have Kai deal with Char here. Okay. That's very good. We'll have Ryu put on... No, we don't want Ryu to put on a persist. That's a waste. And let him kill Char. Stellar. Incredible. This is so weird. We're going to do the Garma scene with Char. We're not in York New. Oh, no, we're not. Okay. No, this is supposed to be the part where they're in the canyon. Okay. This Gao is gone. I guess I did waste a little bit the bullseye on Sanders, but that's okay. We'll still do something with it. We want to take out... The Gao weapon situation is still our next concern. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's going to weapons, and then we need to make sure we select for our support attack. I made that mistake a lot last stream. One, 2, 3, 4. We can have this Gundam attack, and that will put us probably one attack. Oh, it's gonna put us pretty close to having those weapons destroyed. Okay, great. Only one more, then we can. I don't think we can take out both those Zakus, but maybe. I think at this point I'm willing to spend the hover tank, assuming it has no more supports left. It does not. And I'm going to move him close to... No, okay. We do not heal the body. Good to know. I at least want to move next to Karen so we can resupply Karen next turn if necessary. Okay, Light and Tap both still have their support attacks, so we can definitely... We can get something done with that. Oh, you already have a persist on. Let's give you the XP. Gain, I should say. Okay. We probably actually could take out both those Zakus then. Oh, but we never actually finished with the Gal. Never mind. So, whichever of these two... Okay. We can have Light get the support attack off of Tap for this Zaku and just try to risk the 50. Great. And then, because Tap is already hurt, we will have him take out the Gals. No. Oh, no. No. No, this is what I was talking about with eating the inputs. Oh, that's such a shame. Okay, well, what he was supposed to do was take out the weapons of the Gal, but that didn't happen, so we're about to have a real rough turn now. We'll just block. All right, we're just gonna get the white base out of here. Well, as out of here as we can get them. No attacking for you. We're ignoring that one. I think the Dragonar boys just need as much XP as possible, so... They will matter at some point. We'll need some better units for them, though. Okay, you can resupply to Karen. She's gonna need this with what's coming in. And also, getting focuses. Nothing. Yeah, see. If anyone's watched my these are both ours, right? Yeah. If anyone has watched our playthrough, you will recall that I tend to be pretty down on long-ranged units, but I'm down on only long-range units. I feel like I gotta like specify it every time because it feels I don't want to look contradictory here, not for like maintaining my own integrity or anything. Like you think whatever you want about me, it doesn't matter to me. But just for the sake of like good conversation, like making sure I'm explaining why things are happening. I like when units have long-range options and can do things close range or flexibly. Though, worth saying, the context of this game is also pretty different. There are... Yeah, okay, we gotta use that persist, that's fine. And I will just sit here instead to preserve that persist. The context of this game is a little bit different, though, where there's just way more post-movement attacks, comparatively. So... Because there, like, I think I said this in the first stream, there's a higher... Every unit has a higher density of attacks, and there are more attacks that have post-movement, and more of those attacks have more range. So it's like it's easier for a unit to get away with having a long-ranged attack, and also for me to praise units that have long-ranged attacks because they have the rest of the context already built into them. Go for weapons, and then I actually think we blew up the weapons with that action, though. I think we're just a few shy. We're 75 points shy. Oh, he does have spare parts, though, so we gotta bear that in mind. He also has a linear seat, which probably will get used. Yeah, I guess we're gonna probably be using pretty much all of our parts. But we're gonna have a really big intermission after this scenario anyway to like double check where everything is and why. Oh, that's not ours. Okay. I would rather have one of the Gundams get a kill and then leave the piddly damage to our piddly units. This should be lethal. Maybe not. Maybe I was wrong. Yeah, I guess I was thinking about like the 2400 damage, but that was only from the really super long range ones. Okay, that's fine. You're out of SP, and no one else has anything else. Okay, here's one of the problems, though. I had such a hard time, and continue to have a hard time now, looking at this hover tank and knowing whether or not it's been used. It goes from, like, light gray to dark gray, and that's just not a good color combination. Outside of any of my positives or criticisms about this game, about these games, I can't think of a single one of these games that is all vaguely, even vaguely colorblind accessible. It's like a real miss for them. But I do think that tends to be pretty universal. I guess universal is not the right word because I'm going to apply it to a country, but like universal across their products. Like, I think that's a criticism that gets rendered against the vast majority of Japanese video games, is that they are not that accessible. I guess we can bring the white base back in here, seeing as I guess let's attack this one, just because we've not actually, that's the one that has the least damage on its parts. Now that there's no threat of the white base getting hurt. Yeah, right. Okay, so that is what spare parts does. It does, that's good to know. Oh, we aren't actually counterattacking. Yeah, that's fine. Well, we should dodge because we were getting a support attack, or a support defense, so best way to use the support defense is to try to dodge around it. Okay, and then if we take out the weapons this time, then we'll be fully safe. Okay. It has the beam. Oh right, I was gonna say it has better range, but of course because it has the linear ceiling like we just talked about. So at 1 to 4, we need 5 range to be able to hit it without getting counterattacked, obviously. But we just have access to way fewer 5 ranged options. So unfortunately, that means we're just gonna have to lever some counterattacks, but that's okay. Because it's also going to be the last damage we're going to take, so I'm less scared by it, right? Oh, should have been more scared. Whoops. Okay, so then... Oh yeah, we should have used Ryu anyway, because he had a persist up too. That's big sloppy. Oh no, right, but he's got no ammo left. He can get close to the hover tank. The hover tank can resupply him, but that can't be used this turn. Okay, how healthy are we? Not very. Oh, okay, we have a focus. I think I would rather just heal, because we know we can survive 1 attack. And then whoever gets the action next is clear, is free of damage concerns because they're going to be taking the weapons out. Okay. Now we've taken all of the damage we are going to take. Those spare parts are going to be a real problem for us. I did not remember what they did because goodness did they not matter when I didn't have to worry about destroying stuff based on parts. Okay, cool. Now we heal in order of who is the highest level, which is kinda everybody. Totally fine. I did waste a lot of our money, which is a bit of a bummer. But we're gonna have plenty to spare, I think. Just in that we're not gonna have as many units to upgrade. Though I do kind of think that we're going to be keeping that same trend that we had in R, where these sort of like these crummier units have way better stats when you upgrade them. Hold on. That was a dumb sentence. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what happens when I'm streaming so much. It's just like my inability to speak is so high because I'm like trying to think and play and talk all at the same time. There are more spaces to allocate stats on these crummier units than on some of the better units, right? Because the better characters are already going to be starting with way better stats. So, and this is what I was trying to say about the like no upgrades run. Having we got an Excel on that. That's really good. Having a variety of units that are stuck sort of being priced out of being able to play because they're so dependent on getting their upgrades to be good. Like Anil L's unit from the Janice Kai, I think it is. it really heavily depends on... It's pretty heavily dependent on the fact that it can get upgrades, but it also gets a monstrous amount of upgrades. But as it starts, it's like barely doing anything right. I guess it's... This is a better... No, not that one. This one. Yeah, I guess this is better to, like, use her best attack. Rather than attacking the Garma Gao. I always have to, like, be cognizant of whether killing the boss also is going to end the stage. I wish these games were better about telling you what actually was the stage end condition. Right? Like, this says destroy all enemies, but there's plenty of times where the map says destroy all enemies, and you destroy the boss, and then the rest of the enemies retreat because the boss has been routed. Which, like, totally fine. That's perfectly acceptable. Just, like, tell me it's defeat boss instead of acting like I get the chance to destroy the rest of the enemies afterwards. You need to resupply here, and then we can resupply light next turn. So you can get back into a group and get some support attacks off. Ooh, yeah, okay, that's a ton. We'll send the Zaku over. And then Karen can start dishing out on here too. Normally I would not be concerned about getting everything, right? Like I would just go after the Gao. But because we are playing with suboptimal resources, we need all of the resources we can get. Like we can't afford to waste things. I say throwing away units left and right. But it's also kind of the reason why we can't afford to waste things. Just there's a way higher chance stuff's gonna get messed up. Right? It's considerably easier for me to make a call that's going to get someone destroyed. You have unattack left, so this is technically going to give me... no, okay, that's going to end it, though. So, I was going to say, we could save it for after the attacks. That'll give me slightly more experience in resupplying, but... Or not, it's still only 100. Kind of a bummer. Hayato is not actually growing that much faster using the EXP, using all the gains, but I don't feel like we didn't get to use that many gains. We've been forced to spend his SP on more defensive options. I know I also said we were going to do something different, but that's how this worked out. It's fine. That wasn't even that expensive of a cost. I guess, actually no, that was a little bit more expensive because it was also 4,000 more funds than it said on the tin there, because we still had the fortune left over we were going to use on one of the gals and didn't get to use, so it was actually a little more expensive than it said. Oh, I'm such a dummy. We could have captured all of those. Speaking of wasting stuff, okay, I gotta focus up. That's fine. I can see that was partially because I am very distracted. I'm going to need to take a bathroom break after this, but I'll be right back. Okay. Because I'm new to this, I don't have like a be right back screen, but I will be right back. I will not be long. I will leave you with this very like peaceful, calming music. Hold on, we can... who do we want to look at? I'll leave you to look at one of the ground type Gundams. Alright. I will be back swiftly, then we're going to get into some nitty gritty about where all of our unit allocation is going. Back in a minute. I am returned. Thank you, everyone, for awaiting. Now is a good time. If you have medicine to take, go take it. If you've not had some water in a minute, go get a good glass of water. And let's get figuring. So, first, pump that music down for me. It's so loud in my ears. Okay, someone needs to go in the ball. But, oh, no. We're still on land, so no. The ball is still out. We have... What parts can we put on? Is that what we want to do first? No. Can we... Oh, we can take... I guess because Michelle is not going to stay in the hover tank the whole time. We can take him out of the hover tank. It's funny. Let's take Shiro out of here. Put you back in the hover tank. That's going to be integral to our strategy. And let's look at our pilots. Of the people who are remaining, who has our best range damage? Kai is 157 so far, so yes. Ryu also has 157. And we already know so actually I should have just said between Kai and Hayato who we're going to use. And they are the same on that front. I think I like giving it to Kai better because we're going to be using him longer term. So we're more apt to like get him to some experience if he's using the ground Gundam. Okay, so that's good. Do we have any skill parts? We have a skill part. This is plus 10 to skill. Our skill part is literal skill. So that's going to increase crit. That's going to increase any skill activations, which we don't really have. Oh, no, actually, no. I was going to say, I want to put it on Karen because she's probably doing our best right now. And she also has shield defense, so we're more likely to activate that. That works out fine then. We have some other pilots. We've got some other parts, not pilots. We need... That's just looking at pilots. Okay, this is the pilot section. That's why you equip the skill parts here, rather than the robot parts, which you've got to equip in the robots menu. I get how it's divided up, but it does not feel intuitively divided to me. Okay. Did we sack the booster? I believe I did sell the booster in defiance of when we received it not fitting the rules. Okay. So I'm not going to put the apogee motor on because I care about the apogee motor for mobility more. What does this do? Oh, this is... Is this ground type? I was going to say, we could put this on the ball to let it be usable on the ground, but we also don't have enough pilots for that. That could be a problem. That could be a future situation. So we want to load up the ground type Gundams if we can help it. I think, again, we're just going to give Karen the apogee motor, just make her super great. And give her linear seating? Sure. Accuracy, sure. And plus 10 to crit. I guess there's no reason to divide things quite yet. And I guess we can put repair kits on everybody. We should also put them on the white base in case it can, like, send them out to people. We'll put one on as a test, and then we're going to put the spare parts on, just because that's been a pretty strong thorn in our side. Yeah, we actually don't have that many parts to use right now. It's just a matter of, like, actually making sure they get on people. And then we're gonna have to, we'll definitely have to make calls later, because I remember getting a ton of parts in this game. You get another repair kit, Sanders gets another repair kit. What else we working with? These definitely need some repair kits. We only got one left, okay. We'll take one off of Kai, I guess. We have a super repair kit. That seems a little bit wasteful right now. I'm going to try to avoid using it, and then y'all can call me Hoarder for not spending this. But it also restores energy, so I'd kind of like to save it for if we get a robot that cares about energy. I don't know if any of the generics are going to care about energy, though, so we'll see. Cartridges technically do matter. I guess let's pop one onto both of the Drows and the 2 land Gundams, the ground Gundams that don't have full parts yet. And then the spare parts we don't have any really good use for beyond the white base, so we just have those sort of banked for later. And the propel tanks don't matter because we aren't using energy yet. Now we need to look at our units and see who's lacking an S in, I believe that is ground. I'm hoping it'll show up like on this upgrade screen once we actually do it. So we can put this on the Zaku, or we can put it on one of these 2 Drow. And there's no reason to put it on the ground Gundams because they already have S on there. Oh, I forgot we've had the gym over here this whole time. It's got literally nothing. You know what? Let's put it on the gym just because we're going to be sort of like driving that in. I feel like I'm going to be more apt to be driving that into combat because I want to use it for melee, which means I'm just going to have it in more danger. Okay, now for upgrades. Like I said before, I don't really want to commit really hard to all of these ground Gundams because they're only usable on ground. Right, we get a space adjustment situation, but like look how much money that's going to be if we try to upgrade this whole thing. And that's also not counting for weapons yet. So, and that is like using energy and armor, and like those are going to be less of a priority here. But it's still like not the most valuable of investments, seeing as they're intentionally going to be phased out. Extra damage is nice. With this much money, it's also like it's hard for me to figure out what we want to do with it because there's not like we don't like have easy numbers to figure. Our money is so free that we can spend pretty easy. We can spend pretty. There's a lot of money we have to spend, so it's harder to be able to like make concrete choices. You know what I mean? And we definitely want to upgrade mobility some. That's like our primary stat. I'm thinking we go 120. That's almost all of our money. And then it costs, what, 13,000 to be able to put the other ground Gundams over 100 mobility. I don't know if that matters. It just feels like a significant number, but maybe I'm just, like, full of it. That leaves us with... Going over 120 leaves us with 28,000. How much... What's our... Okay, that leaves us with 3,000 remaining if we were to do 2 weapon upgrades. Actually, wait, hold on. What's 3 weapons cost us 33,000, which gives us 66 to spend. That's a little bit over. Okay, so if we do this, that's 2,000. That's 1,000. It's 3,000 to get some more armor. We probably won't be doing that right away, so I think we go here. We commit an amount to HP. HP is never bad. Yeah, we'll commit. Hold on. No, that's right. That's right. Because there's none of the units we're using right now are going to be long-term ones. So we'll commit to just one of these Gundams, and then let everything else. Yeah. Oh that math was really off. What did I do wrong there? It's fine. Not that one. This one. Okay. So we got some more HP then. We'll do HP and armor? Sure. Yeah, that sounds fine. We save. I try to remember to not... Now that I have all of this on the correct program, Well, I will save state at the end so that we can get the spirit bonuses, the spirit ace pilot bonuses. We need to make sure we don't load. Saving is fine. You just can't load, otherwise you lose the progress. I also say we're not going to use this long term, but I also don't know what else we're going to use. I'm still mixed on whether we get to use the new type mobile weapons from Gundam. Oh, hello, welcome. I see someone has joined us. Thank you for joining. My name is Austin. This is the Super Robot Wars Archives. Welcome. We're playing Super Robot Wars GC right now. We're attempting to play the game using only generic units. It's going fine. Really, the trouble we're having is not actually playing the game, but what the game is allowing us to play, right? Like, we're clearing scenarios fine, but the game likes not letting us use the generics a lot. It wants to keep throwing the main characters back into the fray, or like re-slotting main characters into their units and taking us out of the generics, right? Like, I don't want to use the gun cannon or the gun tank. Like, that to me still counts as like main character kind of territory. If you also haven't noticed, I am not really here for the story. Okay, this is also like our first like real actual deploy screen. We get to like, no, I guess we still don't get to make choices yet, right? We have 10 pilots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, no, never mind. We're not using anything. We're not using everybody yet. That's fine. Oh, okay, it cleared everything, that's fine. There we go. Are we not caught up to live? Oh, right, yeah, we learned that. Every time we click off it, it takes away the live feed. Okay. Our objectives, we need to... Oh, right, yeah. We need to get Garma into a specific area. If we destroy him, that's a fail. That's a lost condition, right? So we need to lure Garma into a specific location. Hopefully it's going to flash that for us. It's presumably going to be somewhere around the dome area, based on how this episode goes in Mobile Suit Gundam. And this is if we lose anybody. This is any battleship. This is any battleship. And then this is if Garma dies, we also lose. Oh, did it flash the area already and I was distracted while greeting our viewer? Yeah, so Garma's here. We just need to get him, yeah, presumably in here. The dome is also just like a good terrain tile, so I'm not going to be upset if we're staying close to it. Also, unfortunately, we don't have access to sniping still, so we can't actually capture these. That's a bit of a bummer. At least I don't think we have access to sniping. Oh, is this entire thing the area? Just as long as he crosses that border, we'll be fine. Okay, we should be able to handle that. Ultimately, we want our formation with the... I was gonna say, ultimately, we want the formation with the ground Gundams in the back, but I don't actually know if that's true. Oh, you can't go on there because you don't have the terrain for it. It's fine. Or the movement for it? Probably the movement for it. But I like the ground Gundams being more forward so we can get their actual ranged attacks. Sending stuff in to begin with. Though the hover tank should probably be next to one. Yeah. Normally I would like to charge, but that's gonna end up bad for us. We can be more aggressive once we have like a full team. Bring it in. It's a lot of moving. I'm assuming there's going to be a second half to this scenario, not just that, like, once the Gal moves. Once the Gal moves in, it's done. We also can... There's no reason to waste the, like, super long-range ammo at this point. Okay, you are in the water. We'll need to make sure we pay attention to that. We can use the Zaku Bazooka just fine. Totally okay. But, like, in this situation, it would be cool if the terrain that healed us was not the terrain we started. Or I guess it doesn't heal us, but the terrain that's, like, the best is not where we start. We had to, like, actually go and, like, capture that terrain somehow, but... Low, here we are. Yeah, I'm pro this. We can take out this Dyne. Or get it low. Yeah, cool. They have been somewhat destructive to us in the past, so I don't mind clearing them before they reach us, and then just letting the Zaku's die to counterattacks. I'm hoping we are almost at the... Oh boy. Yeah, we're definitely gonna go after Char if we can. Oh, excellent. Okay, that was 2389. It's gonna take 3 attacks at that rate, but that's okay. But I think we were approaching the point where definitely a Zaku by itself is no threat. It's just the constant stream of them that's going to be a problem. We'll put a persist up. And hopefully our S on ground will make the difference here. I mean, I wasn't expecting it to do like 500 more points of damage, but yeah. We have... Sure, that Zaku can go. I guess I don't mind moving the... Oh, right, we can't move the white base forward, because that's like the whole plot of this episode. What's the range for our hover tank? 4. Moving it forward seems poor. Yeah, that's fine. We'll let it go. We're in no rush. Yeah, sure. Okay, this is the Zaku hanging out on this left side, though, is probably going to be a bit of a liability. Though it's doing good damage. Totally fine. I meant to look at what attack we were using, but... I'm gonna risk this to use this Gatling gun. I think this will kill. Yeah, great. Somewhere in the middle here, somewhere in the middle here, I suspect after the scenario. Very good. Sometime in relationship to this scenario, one of these ground Gundams is going to get a downgrade. It's going to get the gym head instead of the Gundam head, which I believe does reduce its stats. I probably should have waited to upgrade a ground Gundam until after that fact. I suspect it's probably coded already which of the 3 Gundams it's going to happen to. And it would be a real shame if it happened to the one that we spent upgrades on. It would be in the spirit of the challenge, though. It would be in the spirit of the challenge. Let's use the slightly worse ammo. Yeah, great. Now, we are at the point where, even though we were using bad units, we're still crushing it. I guess the ground Gundams are not bad units. They're fine. They're still going to look worse in comparison if you're using something like the Breiger or like your main character. But... Oh, this is incredible. Okay, I'm willing to spend the better ammo on Char just to get him down. And then he's out of here next turn. Okay. Can the white base... Oh, the white base can attack. It's just... It's at the top because it doesn't have a move command. I wanted to take damage so we can test some of the parts situation. Great, totally fine. And we should probably use that one first because that's its like only legal action. The Zaku can maybe kill here with a support attack off of the Drow. Then what can Kai accomplish meaningfully? Okay, we can attack this Daba. This one's almost dead. That's certainly not lethal for our Jim. It's a bummer. I don't want to move it forward one to use the beam rifle, so I guess I can just die on counter. Both these are underwater though, so the Jim's sort of not doing anything meaningful, so maybe we move it over. Do we give Hayato the kill on Char if we can? Maybe. I say why not? If he does get it, it's going to jump him pretty far. Well, not pretty far. It's going to jump him somewhat ahead in experience. And we have the support attack to make that happen if necessary. Okay, sick. Yeah, and great. That was a repair kit and a big magazine. And I feel the need to like intentionally give XP to the ground Gundams just because they're going to naturally accrue it a lot. And then you can attack this Daba. Perfect. And then you can attack one of these Zakus, I suppose. No, that we can get counterattacked. This one's out of range, so we might as well hit this one. Is that alive still? 32 HP, okay. Cool, cool. How hurt are you? You can still take another attack. So, let's wait, and then we can use willpower next turn on Ryu. Cool. And then I can push forward with these the Dragonars. The Dragonar lights. Oh yeah, because we probably have B in the water. I didn't check that. Then we can heal you here with trusts. I'm going to do both. Yeah, we'll use both the trusts now. And then the hover tank can move over and heal and repair the Zaku. Not a ton of healing, but that's okay. And then we can take out at least one of these. Okay, yeah, so all of these are pretty well dead. It's just a question of how much we can get out of the rest of this field before Dharma comes in. Based on the fact that almost all this stuff is dead, maybe it is just once Garba arrives where the mission's done, and this is just like a farming. This is just like a farming episode. I do feel like they worked those into some of the earlier missions more. That there was like a couple of these where it was sort of just like, if you take this route, it's padding time. So if you're cared about time, I guess that's the trade-off. Like turns. But it's like mostly just generic, so there might be like a boss at the end of it. It's really just like fill out kills, which admittedly is, I think, good game design when this is all one clause. That by itself is not good game design. Like obviously padding is not good, but it's good game design and stops being padding if you've also just handed us a huge mess of new characters or units we want to try out. So like giving us the resources to be able to try them. Both you have the context of a scenario that is low pressure, so you're able to try them out in a way that's not going to like compromise them immediately. But also like giving them resources like kills or getting more funds is sort of the way you give people more options in this game. So like that's probably a good call if you're going to give us a lot of characters. And we're just going to dodge because we don't want to risk, even for slight moment, hurting Garma. Okay. We would need those gals to be adjacent to us to be able to capture them, so that's not happening this time. You know what? We'll let Hayato go and attack this one, like I said I was not going to do last time, but... Oh, he literally can't? Well, that's... Here. Perfect. Surely he can do 12 damage with the Vulcans. Okay. Who needs healing still? Let's give it to Ryu, though this is probably a little preemptive. I need to remember to plan my turns around, but not start my turns with the resuppliers. I need to treat them more like dancers from Fire Emblem. I know I said using the persist is not ideal, but I think in this case it probably is because it's proactive rather than reactive, and we're not going to get another turn. Then we go here. We do need to deliberately choose. We're going to use the Judau because it's not going to get to be used any other way. This needs to go to weapons. Okay, I don't even think we're going to get one of these done, but that's fine. Go for weapons. Okay. I think we're now at the point where I like using the white base to attack it because it's low enough on one of those fronts that it might be able to take out the weapons with this. Yeah, perfect. And then, yeah, we just keep hammering this thing. At the very least, it's XP. And who knows, maybe the first objective is just like letting Garma come in, and then it's going to be like clean up everything else afterwards. It would just be top quality if one of these gals moved next to the white base next turn, that we would be able to capture it. The only reason we can't is because the white base is not allowed to move from this spot, right? Okay, cool. Just block back, right, so it still needs to not die. And Char's back. There we go. Now we get this dramatic scene. Oh yeah, perfect. Where in the show, Char sets Garma up to take the fall for him. He hates the zombie family, of which Garma is the youngest sibling. Ooh, and someone has joined. Hello, welcome. Thank you for choosing me for your entertainment pleasure this afternoon. My name's Austin. Welcome to the Super Robot Wars Archives. We're playing Super Robot Wars GC, but trying to only use generic enemies, generic pilots and units. There's some like fudging going on here, right? Like you can see the white base is on screen, and like not strictly speaking generic. Pegasus class. There's lots of Pegasus class battleships, but the white base itself is not. But we have to use a battleship, so it's at least got to be on screen. I would love to hear any of your thoughts if you've ever played GC before, or if you are a psycho like me and have tried, you know, to not use the good ones. But you're also welcome to just chill. You don't have to say anything. I'm happy to be background noise if you're working on something else. If you can't tell, we generally don't care for the plot in these games, but... Okay. I need to check which of my units got turned into the gym head one. Right? Yeah, okay, this one got the... Oh no, I'm pretty sure that's the one that was the upgraded one. Yeah, it was. Of course it was. Oh man. Okay. That's what I get. Put all our upgrade parts back on. That's an apogee motor for 1 extra movement and 5 extra mobility. Oh, I thought there was a big cartridge. This is a large energy generator. This is going to add more energy, which does not matter. And then refill all of these. Okay. And we need to get Karen back in the driver's seat. Because we've upgraded it, it's also hard for me to tell what the difference between them is. See if we can suss it out from over here. Doesn't help that they put it in a different spot. Can I organize these by not HP? I can. Not by level. Oh, I don't know what that does. Oh, I can search by abilities that they have. Okay. I did not realize I had this much like search control option. It's interesting, but doesn't help with this problem. Okay. So we are looking at. Actually, no. Hold on. If we go to the upgrade screen, that might be easier because I can see where I've actually put points. So this is 122 mobility at 6 pips in. What is one of the other ones? It has more mobility? Oh no, right. We're getting +5 because of the apogee motor. So that actually that math is exactly the same. Okay. So maybe there isn't actually a difference. It might be strictly speaking just a visual difference. It would be weird to me if the if like armor or energy was changed because of that. I could imagine that the head maybe had worse HP. So this is 2 points. No, but the head and the arms and the legs are all the same. It's okay, hold on. It's 41-18. Yeah, no, I guess it's maybe just visual. Are the weapons worse? I do like that you're allowed to look at the weapons and like see all of their qualities. This one. This is the one that Karen is in, right? Yeah? Okay. No, everything seems pretty much the same. Okay, maybe it's just visual. We don't quite have enough for weapons yet. No enough for that. Let's just hold our cash then. What other parts do we get access to? Right, we got the energy. That doesn't matter. We got another repair kit. We should put that repair kit on the gym. Not that one. Yeah, I think otherwise we're all good there. We'll save. I do got to be more deliberate about saving between these because these are not free. I think it's gonna, and from this point on, or not from this point on, for a little bit, it's gonna be a minute till we get more upgrades to our team, right? Like there's gonna be some new pilots here, but none of them are going to be usable by our metrics. There is one team that is potentially usable. They are not strictly speaking generic, but it's like how the Judau was, where they can come apart. But we're theoretically not using them. I have those in outliers right now, but I would like to avoid them if at all possible. This is the Dankuga team. It's the best dressing up to go out robot you've ever done saw. He puts on some shoes and a hat, and that's it. Someone described it like that in the comments from like an opening or some music track for it. And like, it really is just what it is. It's just the big moth putting on the head and the feet, and that's it. It's so unfortunate. Okay. We have the Daltanius here, which is the other one that I was gonna say is like maybe our option for we could use because it comes apart into the Atlas. What is this cap called? The Balios, and the Gunpa. They are not bad on their own. The Gunpa does have resupply, which is pretty decent, and the Baldios has a good ranged attack. It's got 6 ranged attack. It's not nothing. But if we can avoid using it at all possible, that would be ideal. So I think we're just gonna. Actually, here we have these 6 generic enemies. These are I don't remember what they're from. But we're going to be seeing a lot of them. I remember them being in the game often. So for now, we're just going to retreat and see what happens. And hopefully it's going to be time-based. Oh boy, okay. Never mind, everyone's going to be right up in our grill. We can see what these little eyeball horrors look like. That was too cleanly 10% of our HP. It's very scripted. Okay. Great. I'm glad we got reinforcements to show up that we still also can't use. Okay, so now we have the Dankuga. While in universe it combines, it does not separate and combine in this game. We will get a part for Final Dankuga much later in the game, but that still also is not going to qualify because it's also unique. I was thinking about being able to use it though. The Dankuga is like probably one of the best units in the game. It gets some ludicrous stuff later. It has just like deal 20% extra damage on top of whatever you're supposed to be doing. It has those good long-range attacks again, but it also has like a pretty potent close-range punch. But Shinobu, the lead pilot, is also just cracked. He is so strong. Right, like he's level 9, he's 165 melee. That's higher than any, like I think it's the highest attacks that we've seen out of anybody, even people who are focused on ranged. Right, like it's... Actually, no, hold on, a better comparison. He is not focused on range, and his range stat is better than most of our pilots who are at his level who are focused on range. So yeah, this is, I would say if you were playing this game and you wanted an easy time playing the game, probably pick the Dankugar. But we can't. So we're just going to retreat again and hope that people are going to show up that are able to be played soon. It also helps, like, I know it's called Super Robot Wars and not Real Robot Wars, but the Super Robots are just so stacked. They're just so stacked in a way that the real robots are not. Having the Super Robots get multiple pilots with multiple pools of SP, both just numerically, even if they had to draw from the same 6 actions. There we go. It would still be really busted, but having such a wide variety, that's valid. Having such a wide variety of attacks is really... SP actions is really so good. Okay, we're gonna skip the Zaku 2. Do we skip the Drow? No, we'll skip the Zaku 2 and the Gym, and then take these 3. I know we get one more of these. Okay. Oh, right, yeah, I was acting like we lost one of them, but actually we get to keep one of them. It's just confirming. So we'll keep the Gym. The Zaku 2 is definitely, I think, the worst of what we've got right now. Okay, so here's our real scenario. This is going to be a little bit of a problem. We're going to kind of let this be a little scrubby up here because we kind of can't stop it. But if either of these two die, the scenario's over. Or if our battleship, like usual, dies, the scenario's over. And it's just destroy everything. Like I was saying about like the filler scenarios, this is really just padding to be able to get these two in line in terms of kills, or like getting comfortable using them. This is interesting. This is over here. Is this scenario? No, this is the next scenario. This little building is involved in a secret, but we'll talk about that next scenario. Okay, so unfortunately, these pilots are going to just have to see combat, but we're just going to keep blocking with them. And we'll get everyone up there as soon as possible. Can they get there faster than getting in the white base? I don't think they can. So here's one of the really large disadvantages. One of the other reasons why doing this is, like, to me, interesting. Ground-based units are stuck with dealing with the rest of this terrain. And there's a lot of terrain in this game, even if you can't, like, if it's not, like, displayed particularly visually well. And there's just so many robots fly in anime because it's cool, but that does mean that they sort of just ignore the vast majority of the terrain in the game. Oh, yikes, that's a lot of damage. Okay. Rushing is going to be a tall order. they're not taking a lot of damage. The threat is not that they're going to, like, that we're going to die because of the loss conditions. The threat is just... Or, it's not a threat. It's just for the nature of the challenge. Okay. I say that we have to get within range of him to get in the white base to keep this valid, because he can. So that's gonna go there. Okay. Now let's look what we're dealing with in terms of enemies. That's the something robot, surveillance robot. We've got a beam and we've got a hammer arm. These lose to head and arm, so we could destroy the parts, but I don't think they're large. Oh, they are large. Okay. No, but we don't have anything that's small. 1 to 3 and 1 to 5. Okay. Oh, it can't hit the small with the beam. That's good to know. I wonder if the hover... Well, let's see if the hover tank is small. It is small. Okay, that is good to know. Ooh, so that does mean we can use it very slowly as a way to destroy parts of large units. Oh, we can snipe here? Why is that? I still don't understand how the sniping mechanic works. How curious. Is it just that you can always attack large enemies for their... Like, you can attack them in the body parts? Maybe. Okay, I think because of how we did this, we're just going to have to make this attack and absorb the consequences. What are we looking like with HP? Okay. This Kai can finish them. And it's gonna have to be this attack though, but that's fine. Great, and then we can start deploying the rest of the team. I don't, what are, okay, yeah, I was gonna say, I know we got an extra range somewhere in here. Great, Karen feels like a good shoe-in to soften things to start because of that all the extra upgrades we've given her. And yeah, we're probably not going to be particularly productive with this turn, but that's okay. I'd rather get them in position and then let them come to us, let the support attacks fade the damage, and let the hover tank heal up what damage we've already taken. Yeah, that seems correct. And then next time we can pick up the Dankugar. We are getting these in 2 separate waves, which is ideal for what we want. Oop, well, that's unfortunate. We botched the challenge a little bit, but that's fine. It's fine. Yeah, and then who are we sending this to? I'd rather send it to someone who's already hurt, because they're already going to want the healing. I guess this will be a good turn to test if battleships can still give parts like they could in other games. Right, so like that's spare parts repair kit. Yes, we can give, okay, well, I'm going to use it now. But it does look like we can give parts in a range of 2 or 3 and count exactly which way. To close by pilots. So we definitely want to stock him up on repair kits instead of... no, because the spare parts are still relevant to him. Like, we didn't give those to him meaninglessly. I think same rules as last time. We could get the Dankugar into the battleship, so we have to. It's gonna put, like, we don't want to. That's not the ideal situation for us, but I do like having Sanders start in on this surveillance robo, because we're also getting a support attack, so that means it's going to be, yeah, that's definitely killable next time it's going to take an action. Okay, we can let Tap attack here. This probably won't be lethal. Yeah, but that's fine. The hover tank can heal him back again. And then, okay. I feel pretty confident saying we can probably kill both of these, right? This is 43, so that's like 2 attacks. And they have, what, 6,800 in total? These, I feel like, had more than 6,800. No, okay. No, the HP bar is just slightly deceptive. We want the support attack off of the gym, if possible. Yes. And you don't have... you do have a focus now. That takes us down to 50. That takes us down to a coin flip of a dodge? Sure. I guess it's better than nothing. Not taking the damage is better than having to heal 2,000 of it. Oh, I think it also probably switched back to to Karen's model. Yeah, it did. Okay, it's fine. Okay, Hayato can clean that up. And then Karen attacks here and does not get a support attack. Oh, because we used Kai's support attack up here already. Yeah. I am also a little tempted to just like hit some of these ones that are farther away again. It's only B in water though. That's probably worse than just... Yeah, I guess because she has she's got such good dodge right now, and despite that, and then he's used all of the cannon already. Good golly. Tracks though. Kai we can spend a focus on though. That's fully taking out all 30. Dodge. I'm trying to preserve my SP a little bit in case there's more scenario after this, such that I'm only using the focus as if it's actually taking out like all or if not most of the 30, right? Like 17% was like, that's still enough of a chance that I'm willing to flip it, but. And this is going to Kai, that's totally fine. He's not taking damage. He didn't need it. This is going to, let's send it to the Drow first. Because it's already taken damage that we're going to need to heal. Like, we're more apt to heal it anyway, so may as well focus all the damage in one place. They're really going after Kai for whatever reason. So, good job that I decided to put the focus on him. Okay, that's at least 2 of the 3 of those. So, that's dead. That's dead. Man, so many of these have not taken damage, though. At least the white base gets to, like, contribute now. Oh, actually, the white base gets to contribute greatly because it gets to use these like, considerably better attacks. So, I think we're just going to start swinging at stuff. Especially far away ones, right? Like, anything up north of the white base was, I think, too close to start taking damage. And my left flank is almost clear, so I'd rather clear out the left side first and then have everything funnel down this one channel that's, like, much more controlled. Okay, we can have Hayato take this kill again. And hopefully push... I just want to get a level lead, come on. No, we're not going to get a level lead. Because they're only level 7. We are just sort of like really outscaling them with levels. Sure, we can give this one to light. Actually, hold on. No, we should. Well, let's see who's closer. 247. Yeah, we'll give it to light then. Is that correct? No. We'll see if we can get some support attacks first. If he's not used his already. No, he's not used his. What else is he in range of? He can be ranged a couple things. I guess these 6 ranged are probably the call. So let's go here. Right, because then Tap's going to act on his own to take out this robot. And then we can do a little chain right there. I do like support attacks. I think they are a good mechanic because they ask you to care about positioning. I just think you get way too many of them in this game. Practically everyone gets one. So it becomes not a matter of which ones are you going to use, like, can you get them, but like which ones are going to give them to you. Also, yes, there is more scenario after this. I should have known. These are the Mazinger. Oh yeah, obviously there's going to be. These are the Mazinger Z enemies because we're also going to get Mazinger Z pilots now. So as much as I would like to use them, we cannot. We're going to talk about them in a second. I want to finish up what we were doing over here. But we do get some sick music. Oh, we don't. We're out of long-range ammo. Okay. So can Kai go here and still contribute? He can. This is going to break the support attack, but he needs to be next to the hover tank to get resupplied next turn. We probably should have used another focus, but that's okay. And you know, let's pull Sanders back then a step. Yeah, and I'll have him persist. Because he doesn't have healing on him outside of parts, and those parts can last between rounds, so no reason to think of them as something we have to spend. Okay. We're looking at... That's probably dead next turn. That's definitely dead next turn. That's probably dead next turn. Okay, so I think we get this area cleared in 2 turns, which is probably plenty of time for these enemies to come in. Okay. We don't have any scans left. No, we do not. We have these... Dablas? Yeah, I think Dablas M2s. And the Garuda. They're pretty, like, stock standard Mazinger enemies. And then we also have Baron Alsareth in the Fortress Ghoul. I think it's supposed to be Ghoul. He does have a booster, sick. We definitely want that to put on the probably the white base. A repair kit and a spare parts. We'll have to keep those in mind for healing. The double healing is rough. Though the repair kit might not actually matter, because if we take out all the parts such with this, like, and clear through the spare parts, we're probably taking out his whole body HP that turn. I never know what pronoun to use for Baron Alsara. I think the series uses he, him, but like the whole point of the character is that it's a husband and wife scientist team that gets fused together. So like, do we like gender fluid go like switch he and then she, or do we go they them? I don't know. Just because the series says it doesn't mean I have to follow it. I'm waggling my finger very, very authoritatively over here. Okay, so the Mazinger pilots. If you've not heard of Mazinger before, they are a pretty large mainstay to the series. They're a pretty large portion of the franchise, of the Super Robot Wars franchise. They're like from some of the originals. They are famous for being very defensive. You get an upgrade to the Mazinger Z later in this game, called the Majin Kaiser, and it's very easy to get it to take 10 points of damage from every attack. But they are also the definition of excluded from this challenge. Like, using the Majin Kaiser is the most easy mode there is. I was thinking about maybe using the Bosporot and the Venus and the Aphrodite, but they are also technically singular. I have allowed them in previous runs of this style that I have done with myself, but that was only because it was, like, I was literally lacking for things to fill the team, right? Like, it was not possible to complete it without the assistance of the Aphrodite in 2. I think Aphrodite's what you start with, maybe it's the Diana. Like you just literally couldn't complete the game without it. But here we have no such hardship, so I think it's probably fair to say they are out. The very female presenting robot is the Diana, the Venus, the Aphrodite. This one is the Aphrodite, but all 3 of them they are like the quintessential healer robot. They all have repair. And the Bosporot is a resupplier. None of them are that good in combat. The Aphrodite and the Venus do tend to have a combination attack that's like serviceable, but we were just talking about support attacks. One of the things that I'm upset about is how much having support attacks everywhere sort of dilutes their role. One of the ways they were really cool was they would resupply or heal you, and then they would also have support attacks so that they would contribute that. Like, they would be next to you already from having taken that action previously, and then you opened the turn, attack with the thing that just got healed or resupplied from the previous turn, get the support attack off, then they could go run off to somebody else and help them. But with everyone having a support attack, that role is just sort of like non-existent now. Okay, so I think the white base has a pretty clear and easy attack up here to weaken this. So I think we start with that. And then the hover tank is probably going to heal light, but we can get a support attack in with it first before we move it away. We will persist here and let Kai take this kill, and it'll get supported. Oh, right, but this has to attack the body parts. Okay, so never mind. That is not relevant. Do we know what their size is yet? These are size medium. Okay, so the hover tank can actually like do something against these goofballs. Okay. Then I guess we start. Well, hold on. I was gonna say the hover tank could then get an extra attack off of somebody else. Like, it can attack a body part that doesn't matter and then get a support attack. But that means it can't heal, though. So, like, that clearly can't be the answer. I think we're gonna give it to light because I believe he's at an HP where it is risky for him to attack. It would be lethal if he attacked. So, I don't think there's any point of trying to wait for another action. Also, despite all of this, I believe he was in that position because he was supposed to resupply, and then we didn't do that. So that's unfortunate. Hayato can probably not actually get this kill, but we can get the support off the dry to make this. Oh, no, he can. Okay. Should have used the gain. Oh, well. Not that it matters, though, because they're level 7, so it's with the difference of, like, what, 25 XP? Yeah. Cool, okay. And then you've already been used. Karen can definitely soften up one of these weaker, the faraway ones again. Now let's hit the one that's already been damaged, so that's one attack away now. Sanders can persist into attacking the one in front of the white base. That's then at lethal range for next turn. Or maybe, actually, no, maybe lethal range for this turn. That's only 1106. Yeah, no. Okay, that's fine. And then Tap can take out one of these. Cool. And then I'll have Light just move up and be close for one of these other ones. Yeah. I definitely, they're gonna have to be the cleanup killers right now. That's fine, right? Like, you toss them through for a support attack, or support defense. But they can't be the ones aggressing on people. We're just sort of farming their levels in the meantime while we're waiting for better robots to show up. But now that we have the hover tank, we can actually probably start capturing some units for them. And also maybe just the ground tank, the ground Gundams can maybe do that. We'll have to check on the Garadas and the Douglas if we're able to attack their parts with the ground Gundams or not. I do remember when I was first playing this game, I had looked at a guide to sort of understand what the capture situation was looking like. Oh, we're frozen. And they noted pretty dramatically that Amuro, you're pretty dependent on Amuro to be able to capture. And I knew that wasn't fully true because I could like split up the Raijino and those would let you capture. That was also impeccable timing. We're gonna set this to the side for now, and then we can have it meet up with the white base later. But that's the safest position to keep it out of combat. Is it this scenario? No, you know what? I remember what it was. It's the Raijin-O has a secret sneaky objective with the like what if scenario. The orange highlighted ones you can do afterwards. One of those, the Raijin-O has a bonus with, which we'll play the scenario. I won't do the bonus, but I will talk about it, point it out. If you are, like me, the fan of things that are good and cool, you'd like the Raijin-O too. And if you're going to play this game, that's also another like easy show-in of units you should pick. And while the bonus isn't, this is a phrase that I picked up from playing Magic the Gathering. Oh, that's not the one that was actually hurt. Whoops. It's not good, but it's great. I don't think it's like unique to Magic. It's just that's the context where I heard it first. So like yeah, like this little secret bit is for the Raijin-O is definitely good. It's definitely not good, but it is definitely great. Yeah, Sanders definitely needs the levels, so. Okay, and then I need to get all of these hooligans out of here. You don't have any... I would not expect any of them to have Excel. I guess Kouji did in some of the early games. Oh, right, I forgot the boss has assistance here. Oh, actually, he's got self-destruct. Hold on. He's only worth 10. Let's solve this problem. Easy. What are we looking at for incoming? We got plenty of time to set up. I do think I want to try and meet people at the bridge, if at all possible. And then let's get the white base down here to meet up with our other pilots as soon as possible. We're putting together a pretty sizable roster. It's unfortunate we can't use many of them. But like I was saying before, it's feels a little bit bunk that so many of the super robots are so much better than the real robots. But once we get some more real robots that I want to that I feel like are good, I will point them out. I will still say the Dragon R is pulling heavy weight. But we will get the L game and the Lasner later, and I think those two super qualify. If anything qualifies, those two definitely qualify for like very good real robots. L game is also, we're gonna get 2 pilots out of Lasner, and L game is gonna give us a large portion of our team. If not just for the fact that I did not use them much in my previous run, so I just kind of wanted to use them. I definitely thought this building... Okay, I thought this building was 30 and not 20, but I also thought the rest of the surrounding buildings were 20 and not 10. But we definitely still want to take that building. It's still probably the best defensive point we've got. And this is also exactly how we wanted things. Well, not exactly, but they are coming pretty split up because they're all ground-based and they're like being forced to break up their actions of the terrain. The problem is when the Fortress School, is it Fortress? I don't remember. And that's too much kanji for me to parse quickly. I know it ends in Ghoul because it's in katakana. Okay, we can pick them up this turn, which does put the white base deeply out of position, but those are the rules. But yeah, like this is kind of what we wanted though, where a lot of these pilots, these enemies are going to be stuck. Like these two probably aren't even going to make an attack next turn either. So we've got time to work things down. But the difference being, or the exception being that the ghoul is going to be coming in, and we kind of can't stop it because it's in there. Ooh, rough. Okay, we gotta start spending with Karen more, because no shot, absolutely no world where this is not the end of this scenario. I think that can probably die to a single attack, but it's also incredibly concerning that the Gyarados can hit us from here. Yes, they have a 6 range attack. Yes, they do. I guess 6 is a little bit more standard for a range in this game than I was expecting. I'm used to 5 sort of being the range. I kind of wanted to look at and see how much it was going to kill. Couldn't remember if it killed 2,000 or all, but that's okay. Also, what's our ammo situation looking like? Okay, well, it's not the worst. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's probably dead. Oh, nope, it's not. Oh, right. Yeah, because it's a super robot now. We gotta be worried about the fact that they have Mondo defenses. But that's okay. Yeah, you just take something out. We try to get stuff up. Again, as is usual, the plan is just, can we get stuff off the board? And I don't think anything's close enough to warrant using the Drow yet. Getting the white base back up here is going to make a big difference. Though these are mediums, so it won't make as big of a difference as it did with the Sentry robots, but... Also, we might be getting swarmed a lot more than I was thinking we were going to. We don't really have anywhere to retreat to, is also a problem, but... One map attack would be great if we get... I've been talking as if we're going to be keeping the white base the whole game. I don't remember if we get one of the, like, upgraded Gundam battleships. I'm pretty sure the Char's counterattack is in this game. You do have... Okay, time to use a repair kit. Seems like it's just a full heal. It's good. Okay, that's technically free. We've only got 3 of the Douglas up here. I think I like going for the top one first. We've got no defensive. We got no defenses for this, so we're just gonna have to. Someone's gonna have to tank this hit, but that's fine. Man, that's rough. Okay. Oh, perfect. Yes. Okay. So light already has the. You can see the SP cost has been reduced, which does also mean at full SP it's only going to cost 66 to get 3 heals in, and we have 75 now, so we can use what this will be. 70. This is 76. So one more level and we can use 3 trusts and a focus. I think we're going to use a focus now and a trust. Yeah. I also got to remember that we spent a good chunk of repair kits. So we can look during intermission to see if those are permanently gone. Because I kind of have a feeling... Not a feeling. I kind of thought I saw that our repair kits were not getting consumed. They're like gone for the scenario, but not gone forever. Cool, cool. Oh, wait, we also gotta check on the... We need to check on the snipeability of... Okay, no, it must just be that anything that's large or double large you are able to attack their parts irrespective to your size. If you are 2 sizes difference, you have to attack parts. But large or extra large, you can always attack parts. Which makes sense. I see the logic. I follow what's happening there. I also that's probably a waste getting the XP out of this, as opposed to like being able to stay alive, but that's okay. I think Karen needs the help the most, so she's going to get healing this turn and then resupply next turn. Yeah, that seems good. There are 6 things we didn't use, really? We've got the Daltanius, the Dankugar, the Raijun O. Oh, right, and then the 3 Massacres. I had not thought about those in a second. Think how easy the scenario would be if we got to use all of that. Even if we were just using these goofy units, even if we weren't using, like, the main character that's sitting in our box also, or the Trider. Oh, boy. Okay. Ghouls looking a bit spooky. I guess we should also probably scan some of this stuff. No, we don't have to. Let's just at least scan the Baron Ostero unit. All right, it's got 20k HP, which I think is the highest health we've seen so far out of anything. I do love its... I am known lover of these very chunky designs, and I think this is no exception. What are we working with? Okay, if we take out the weapons, that's not surprising. It's gonna lose all of its actions. It has... Okay, only this beam is large and extra large. These other 2 are small and medium, and that is covering all ranges, or covering ranges from 1 to 6. If we were so enterprising, our Gundams could be out of range of it, which is not nothing. That is quite something. But unfortunately, no, we are not there. Also, it has 13,000 HP for any one of its parts. It's going to be a long time to get through stuff. The Waybay's not attack from there? That's a shame. Okay. Sure. Just we need something else doing damage. Okay. We can... Oh, that's so risky. Is 70% still? Well, he can't do anything else, so we could spend the focus now. And then, yeah, 1/4's chance is pretty okay. 1/5's chance. Oh, but I forgot to look who was supporting. Whoops. Gotta be a little more careful now. Things are getting a little tight. So I think pretty much everything is, yeah, pretty much everything is at full HP. Okay. None of this is looking good. I think our first priority needs to be the Ghoul. Because it definitely poses the greatest threat to us. You fool. Okay. Switch you, attack, weapons. Control 2 weapons. I gotta do all that again. Oh, okay. And just let Hayato go down. I guess the other answer is we do have a battleship. So... But then we're going to have to deal with the repair kit, though. I still think this is the right call. Yeah, I still think this is the correct call. We're gonna need to do it twice, but it's whatever. We cleared it. We did clear its one part HP, one of its HP parts in one turn. So that's not nothing. It's just so accurate. Okay, Sanders can use a repair kit next turn. And probably also his cartridge. Glad we did put that one on. Can he hit anything else? I think he's gonna actually just not do that and attack into the water here. That's so low accuracy. Okay, that's fine. Sure. Honestly, hit the white base all you want. That's a perfect way to keep us pretty safe. Yep. Good. I would prefer a little bit if they focused on one set of parts so we could use the spare parts a little bit better, but I suspect we're going to get a lot of attacks, so we probably aren't going to have to worry about that. Yeah, because it's medium range, we can't use any of our good... Because it's medium size, we can't use any of our long-ranged weapons. And that's going to be our last attack off of Kai. Hopefully he has a cartridge also. We are running out of ammo pretty quickly. What are you going after? That's going after weapons. You know what, sure. Cool, great. I wonder if we're gonna do enough damage. Oh, he's got no parts left. Yikes. Okay. Oh boy, okay. Does anybody have any ways of healing him? No, we might have to put Hayato back in the white base. I think better to lose a turn with him than lose him forever. Okay, so yeah, I wonder if we can destroy two parts. We probably can't destroy two parts in one turn. I was just thinking of the way to, like, get him to want to... get him to want to use the spare parts on something else. Sanders also needs to use the cartridge. Okay. We can go here for the weapons. Oh man, there's so many enemies. I think I'm... Yeah, let's see if we can take this out. No, we're close. That's fine. One of the... Yeah, one of these two can finish that off, though. Which is exactly what we want out of them. They don't have really relevant jobs otherwise, so giving them more actions to do more... Giving them more actions is definitely beneficial. Light still has his support attack. So that's useful. His persist costs 20. This T-shape is not ideal. I guess we can move over here and then go. Who still has all of theirs? Okay. So someone's gonna waste it. I guess the Drowse is the least valuable, but using Kai's is less safe. So I guess we're gonna stay here. And then go... Right, this is with Sanders. This is fine. He has a repair kit on him still. You're going after the weapons. You need to also choose the weapons. Rough. Okay. The weapons are now going down with this attack. I guess I'll select the control. Yeah, okay. The hover tank can come over. The hover tank can heal Sanders. It would prefer to heal. We'll heal Karen instead. And just hope that Sanders doesn't get attacked, I guess, because the battleship's in range. And then we go control, and the other one's already set up to do the control anyway. We're actually darn close to being able to take that out. If Hayato, if we didn't have to put Hayato away, we actually probably could have broken 2 parts that turn. That is a shame. Sure. Great. I suspect, I think we're gonna probably use all 3 of our spare parts. I think we're gonna get everything broken right roughly the same time. Yeah. Maybe then what we should be doing is we should be upgrading the battleship. Seeing as it's like very much a core function of our strategy right now. I did also note that when I was going through the item menu, that I was unable to select the spare parts. Yep, I knew that was happening. Okay. Short of... Yes. No, we're just gonna block. Yeah, we're just gonna block this. Yeah, because it's going to the body. I was unable to select the spare parts because I didn't have the actual part broken. So it does have to heal a fully broken part. It can't partially heal something. That's not going to change what our plan is right now, but that is just, like, worth seeing. Okay, you get your repair kit. Thankfully, the ghoul has moved such that we can use more of the heavy attacks off of the ground Gundams. So we're gonna send this up to Sanders. Go after the weapons. Go after the weapons. Yeah, actually someone should probably go after the controls, because look how close it is. We may as well. That's 30 less accuracy. Okay, sorry. That actually probably was incorrect, because it's only 10 less accuracy. It already had some of that accuracy missing from its stats. That was not a good plan. No. We want extra movement to get over to Sanders. Okay. Are any of these phenomenally low? Not particularly. Okay, back to weapons. I guess, yeah, because the control... It's just making the input easier now for the controls console. I have to keep reselecting through it. Yeah, great. Okay, next turn we are going to be sitting safe. So, given that, can we do anything here with Kai that's not just the most self-destructive thing possible? No, we're just gonna have to risk it. That's okay. I didn't come here to not take risky plays. Yeah, this is expected. And right, this only can go to. Oh right, this is okay. We can only send this after the ghoul. But I was like, why don't we have this if we don't have weapons back? But it's just out of ammo. So we might need to think about getting resupplied at some point, but that probably isn't our first priority. Okay, and then this drow can clean up here. No, it can't. Oh, that was... I should have attacked something that wasn't on one of the plus 30 terrain, or plus 20 terrain ones. That's on me. And then Hayato can come back out next turn also. And that gives us one more action. Actually, that works out really well, because we can let Hayato finish off that doubless that I messed up this last turn. Or the white base can just do it, never mind. So it looks like we're going to be repairing our weapons again a second time, which is fine. We don't really need to move at all, so... A-okay with me. Yeah. I guess the hovercraft is going to be coming over, the hover tank is going to be coming over here anyway. No, we're just going to block this one. Okay. Yeah, so let's do that, because we definitely... no, actually, hold on, sorry, that was a waste. That was bad on me, because I was gonna say we can't survive. We get to pick now. That's nice. Let's see what our accuracy is looking like. Still 100%? We could... Let's do this now. We'll resupply. We'll spare parts of the control. Because of that, that's actually going to give us a lot more survivability. So I don't have to be as concerned about taking too much damage and dying. So I don't necessarily have to heal it then. I do want the gym to come out here. Hayato can clear this doubless. And we're not going to need the support attack for that, so that works out fine. That's 2,900. I remember Sanders being kind of hurt. He is... Oh, okay. Light is super ultra hurt, so we're going to need to heal him with the... We'll try and heal him with the tank, and then see if we need to even just send him back into the white base. We can repair kit with Kai. The trouble is, if these repair kits are not staying, that we don't actually have a sustainable plan. Yeah, I definitely think I want Karen to initiate this because she is already the most dodgy. It does mean we're gonna waste a support attack off of her. Like, it'd be better if she was the one that's support attacking so we get extra action. Though I guess we could have done that on something that wasn't the ghoul, so... Okay, what else is looking close? All of these are. I think this dry is healthy enough that we can get an attack in. Okay. We come over here and heal. Good. I like sniping this out. That's another kill. Yeah, no, I feel pretty well in control of the situation now. I was not there for a minute, but it's funny how fast it turns. Like, I was just thinking at the end of last turn, I was like, yikes, things are looking really bad, and now I feel like fully in control of the circumstances. Right, but we took out like what, 6 or 7 units we clear off the board, and I think it was maybe, in like retrospect now, I think it was maybe a mistake to focus on the ghoul weapons as much as I did. I was really worried how much damage it was going to do, and it wasn't that much more damage than any of the other enemies, and just leaving those enemies on the board for so long has probably caused a lot more damage than the ghoul weapon ever did. So I'll try to bear that in mind for future scenarios. That, in fact, we probably just, like I've been saying the whole time, we really just want to actually clear stuff. Right, we don't actually have a lot of movement, but that's okay. We only need one. Great. And then we'll have one of the dry come over. Does it have any ammo left? It has no ammo left. Okay. 2, 3, 4. Okay, it's not gonna... it could theoretically walk through the building. We'll go down here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, so it's never actually going to make it to anywhere relevant. So it's going to have to go after this Douglas. And yeah, the gym's still healthy enough that that's okay. It's not that risky. If Karen doesn't kill it. No, she's not. Okay, great. Take out this. Then the Gundam can... That still has full health. Well, I guess we better get started on it then. And one of you... Yeah, Kai still has his support attack. So I guess let's take this Garada out. And Kai can finish off the one on the bottom. Okay, perfect. And now it's just the ghoul. I don't relish the idea of sitting here and farming XP. We'll see how much we're actually getting from doing these things. But yeah, they're so far ahead in terms of levels that it's probably not worth it. We do want to be cognizant now. It's not a difficulty, but like the only like other element to this now is just not doing so much damage to the body that Baron Ashura is tempted to use their repair kit. It is a bit of a shame also with how the white base is set up right now that we don't get to actually get it to give a support attack somehow. Okay. Yeah, like that's not a critical HP, so that won't set it. So we're probably fine then. I think we can probably do 16,000 to it this turn. Karen's gonna need to get resupplied. Or not even 16,000, just 14,000. Yeah, and I think we got this. I still want to have her resupplied, though. I think she's our highest level outside of the hover tank. So that's going to give the hover tank the most experience. Yeah, no, we're good. We're good. We're good. Cool. All right, who's this going to? Either Kai or Sanders. Sanders is lower. So let's get him aligned with everyone. It's gonna still be a while before we get access to the rest of our potential team, so I think we gotta take the kills when we can get them. Or the EXP, the levels. Now, despite the fact that everyone was sitting in the battleship for so long, they just only introduced themselves now. I really want to know what the asparagus woman is from. I think she's probably from Daltanius, but the designs of some of those aliens is very, very old school alien. Oh, man, I'm getting tired. I think, yeah, I've only done 3 hours so far. The first one, I guess, was 3.5. The second one was a little, just shy of 3. But it was about 3.5 on my end. I spent a half hour fussing with all of my controls. Everything got started fine this time. I will say, yeah, it feels like all of the, like, prep work I did, all that stuff got locked in correctly, right? Like, my little watermark for my screen, because I'm cheap, is not showing up. I had no trouble starting stream. I really don't know what happened last time. I feel like I was pressing literally the same buttons as I am this time, or as I did this time, and it just was not starting. But yeah, I think I'm still gonna go for another hour. Is the plan. Cool. Okay. Gonna stand up. Quick stretch break. I guess I'm taking my headset off, but you can still hear me. It's very distracting. I had my audio only coming in through one ear there for a minute, or for most of the playthrough. It's weird hearing through both ears again. Again, get water. We're gonna it'll literally be an intermission. Go get some snacks. Come back. Okay. Yeah, we'll probably play next scenario, and then that'll be the end of things. Actually, looking at the stats about it, it's quite possible we will not be playing next scenario at all. I will save ahead of time, just of course to make sure. But okay, we can get 2. Actually, no, this worked out perfectly. I'm pretty sure 14,000 was our next benchmark for defensive parts too. Not there. Nope. Oh, it was 2 points to HP. Sure, great, that's fine. What are our parts looking like? We have extra booster. We can put. No, that should go on the hover tank. I always do this. Here's maybe the most I would love to have an answer from people. I put my movement parts on my resuppliers all the time. Okay, we did not get those repair kits back. Yikes. We'll need to be... Hopefully things are not going to be as bad for these upcoming scenarios then. Okay, good to know. But yeah, I suspect, unpopular opinion, I put my movement on a lot of my support units. Because pretty well always, there's going to be enemies coming in at us. Okay, yeah, sorry. Pause that thought. Here is the bonus what if scenario 9. But we're going to go into it. If we can do it, we will. But it's possible that we're going to be forced to use only the super robots. I think everyone else might be on a beach vacation. I can't tell if their beach vacation is about to get interrupted, or they're going to be at the beach vacation and they don't participate. Oh, no, okay, no, everyone participates again. Cool. Then yeah, this will be the last scenario for the night. Is that everybody? Yeah, I guess it is. Okay. Nice. We also get another extra unit here. We're about to deploy the Zaku. Okay, so yes, if you're playing this scenario, strangely, sack the Raijino. You want this thing to die. If it does, it's going to pop up over here, and then it's going to turn into the Katakuri Raijino, which is from the OVAs. But I don't think I can't think of any time where we've seen a condition that asks you to destroy your own units. I'm sure there must be more of them. There's so heckin' many of these games, but... Okay, now that we're also not, like, pinned down, I can try and see if there's any other, like, one-off random resupply buildings. Because really, any healing would be just phenomenal. I was really hoping that one of those would have done it. But we definitely aren't going to get the Katakuri Raijino anyway, because even if I do allow myself to use the separated parts of it, you can't separate the Katakuri one. It's only that. It doesn't have the puppet versions of the Eagle or the whole Jin-O and not Ryu-O, because that's the dragon from Waka Ryu-O. Ko? I don't remember. I did look it up. I just did not retain it because I also went and then they're not actually as unique. I can probably skip them now. But anyway, yes. If people have opinions about putting parts places, especially on your support units, I would love to hear it because I feel like a lot of wisdom is giving your movement to your characters that you're going to be using the most to like get them into combat in a relevant way. But I think because the boosters aren't permanent, it feels less of an opportunity cost, though they kind of just stay on them the whole time for me. But because healing and resupplying is more relevant, I think, in these games, giving them something to do pretty much every turn feels more important to me. And like, when you need healing, you really need them to get to the unit they need to heal. Like, it's not just a way for them to like grind experience to get levels and skills or spells later, right? Like, the healing is the point, not getting them getting them levels is the point. But I also think the conversation around parts is generally just not good. Oh, these guys are here again? Okay, let's put them in the corner, and hopefully they don't come chasing after us. Hopefully that is far enough away. But if we have to just sit there and block, then that's fine. But I think generally the conversation around parts is pretty rotten, in that a lot of units get credit for a lot of units get credit for the best parts in the game, and like, yes, those parts would be absolutely insane on whatever example that you were thinking of. But there's only a couple of them. So not everyone gets to use those parts. So like, it's not fair to, that's the literal worst case scenario. So not everyone should get credit for getting to use those parts. You get it? And also, like, yeah, of course, the literal endgame material is going to be the best, but there's also, like, 30 to 40, sometimes 100 chapters between then and when you get it. So, like, what about in between there, right? Like, are there not other parts we could be using? And sometimes there's, like, direct options, right? If we're going, well, the 15 points of extra mobility is good, then, like, yeah, obviously you could go, when you have the access to the 10 one, that's good, or access to the 5 one, that's good. But I don't think that quite covers the, like, in-between points, or, you know, the biggest stats aren't the best thing. Like, really, Sherlock, thank you. What genius advice you have next? You're going to tell me that I should equip all of the part slots if I have access to them, right? Like, we could be doing better than that. And I think in other games where you can add movement to characters, it's usually not in a way where it's at the expense, like, it's usually a binary, right? It's like you get movement or not. It's not, you could get movement or you could get defensive parts, or you could get extra damage parts, right? Like, it is the space that the part slots take up in terms of strategy and in terms of what resources they're costing means that them being spent on movement is more like, it's more costly in a way. Literally every unit, if every unit could have 99 movement, it would want that. But like, all of the units I have right now, literally none of them would care if you could have 999 energy. It'd be like, all right, whatever, right? Like, that is such a non-factor to what these units' identities are. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, oh, right, yeah, right. Where, like, everyone would always take more movement, but there are definitely some parts that that let units be not necessarily more viable, right? Like, they were still good to begin with. You're not taking a unit that's unusable or unusable for that purpose and turning it into something, right? But the difference between taking like 1500 damage to taking like 200 damage is pretty colossal in these games. So it's really hard to turn down the ability to get that much more defense. If the movement was turned up a little bit more, or the defensive properties were turned down a little bit more, then I could see it maybe. But I also could be wrong. Again, as always, I'm always happy to be incorrect in my assessment. Okay, so this is like the worst case scenario down here with the situation, because first, the ghoul was coming out all on its lonesome, and we maybe could have gotten to it before we had to deal with the rest of these enemies. That being said, there's not that many enemies over here. But second, it also feels the worst in that they're being distracted in a way that I can't really control, and the hardest part is getting distracted to where it's going to be really easy to deal with later. Like, I could have maybe moved the Mazinger enemies, or the Mazinger pilots, more to the right to start, but there was no way where... I don't think there was any world where I was going to get to move them and stop that from happening. So we're just going to move them as close as possible and go from there. We've also already proven that we can defeat the ghoul, and it's going to be in an easier circumstance this time. So I'm not, like, really that upset about it. If it was a new boss, I might say go back and try again, but... I can also just be grateful for the help, seeing as we're going to need it, given our lack of HP parts now. Yeah. Oh, it was a couple points shy. Whatever. We can persist with Ryu. And this can bring an exhaust. Lower? Oh, we already used the sport attack off of that. Yeah. That's fine. No, Hayato can't do anything from this position, so he's gonna have to move in too. I think we spend a persist. Okay, and then whoever's in this ground Gundam, I don't know who it is. Kai, great. We'll let Kai finish this exhaust off. Bring the other ground Gundam in, and he'll be ready for next turn. That's fine there too, yeah. And these are not large right now; those are mediums. Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll just start taking some more chip here. The spare parts, I think, is probably the hardest hitting problem. Nope, I think losing the spare parts is probably the hardest hitting loss from finding out that those parts are consumable. I'm also just assuming that the Mazinger is going to survive down there with the Ghoul. Maybe it just won't. I think we're going to catch up before it dies, but... Nope, didn't want to hit it. Oh well. I do not have... You can tell I do not have like a strict sense of any of these challenges, but... Man, I'm running out of steam pretty quickly, but I'm also thinking it's getting close to time to have a meal for me. I hesitate to call anything like a specific meal, right? It's not dinner time because I don't eat at normal times, but I did wake up rather early this morning, so I guess it's dinner. I've got I was gonna say I've got frozen burritos, but that makes it sound like I've got like these nasty store-bought kind. No, my mother generously made them for me and brought them like last time she visited. Last time my parents visited. It's not accidentally stirred drama. But I'm looking forward to that for dinner. I hope everyone else has a good dinner plans lined up. With getting all of like stream set up and working on the scripted video and working my other job. And so I can't quite call this a job yet, but you get the drift. I've not had time to get a lot of like large scale meal prepping done. I used to make like 40-ish meals to just toss in my freezer. That was really working for me the first like year and a half that I moved in here, and I'm sure it will again. I just haven't had time to do it. It tends to be an all-day affair, but like I was going to end up spending like 3/4 of my day prepping 20 meals. I do them all in a big crock pot vat. So like, what if I'm gonna like get my crock pot all set up for it? It's gonna take all day to cook anyway. I may as well, you know, like commit and get some more meals out of it. Oh, we've not hurt any of these yet. Okay. This can go to the one in the water. Sure. And then we'll just put a persist on Hayato and send him out here. Sure. Oh, I should have looked at what type of weapon that was. This is what I'm saying. I'm running out of steam quickly, so plays are gonna get sloppier. Though I think that's when I say sloppy, read entertaining. Oh, we're gonna keep this queuing. We're gonna destroy this stub list before it even gets over to us. Nah, but we'll be fine. I think all 3 of these are dead next turn. Well, we'll need to look and make sure that the ghoul doesn't have any of its healing again, or like if it does, we can deal with it, but just don't be jump scared by it. Get her onto the streets to get her moving faster. I'm going to avoid healing if at all possible, just because I don't want to accidentally inflate our experience. Though I guess giving us more experience would probably make the challenge harder. Okay. I will say, I'm coming around a little bit to this whole range situation, because good golly has Karen put a ton of work just being able to sit right there. What level are you? You're level 10. I looked at I saw the 13 at the end of his morale, and I was like, oh wow, that's a. Sure, he's not level 13 already, and in fact, he was not. Maybe that's just too far away. We might not be able to get it done because it's like literally out of range. Totally fine. It's still going to be long before the goal gets to us. We'll have plenty of time to set up. I know he could have died on player phase, but I don't feel like we have things so under control, right? Like 2 attacks still kills basically any one of our units. I'd rather take more stuff off the board. I do think we're at the point where the white base can come down to start meeting these pilots because we're getting close. We are getting pinched there with the Diana, which is not what we wanted. Or no, that's the Aphrodite. I can't keep track of them, especially because depending on the continuity, just the visual styling of them is very different. Oh, well. Yeah, I guess that would do it. The damage we've taken to our engines is going to make that considerably slower. Cool. That's low enough that we can give this to one of the Dragonar pilots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think, yeah, we're not close enough for that, so it's going to be light. Maybe it's not. This should still be, yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. I cannot. It can't come soon enough when we get the dolls from Leisner. Yeah, from Leisner. They also have some amount of healing or resupplying or something. But just giving us more things we can do on a turn is gonna matter a great deal. This, I think the Aphrodite is gonna go down. Yeah. That's fine. I guess part of the cost of getting that stuff for free was the money we just paid by having to repair her, or something like that. Game balance is my passion. Oh, right, yeah, you need to get resupplied first, then we can heal other people on future turns. Cool. Oh, good, okay. I was pretty sure Eleanor gets some good supporting skills, and at least he gets trust. Though I do think he's going to get either cheer or blessing soon. Or maybe not soon, but I think he's going to at least get them. Keep people adjacent. And I guess we can move Kai down. Would you be surprised that the hover truck hovers? Which means that it avoids all of the terrain penalties. So it can move through anything. Okay, let's see what we're working with. Oh, it's got an extra part. Propellant tank, spare part, repair kit, and cartridge. Okay, so it has all 4 of the generic consumables. That makes sense. It's so that you can farm this stage if you wanted to and get access to all of those parts. Okay. You come down here and heal Kai. We'll have Light follow up behind him. No attacking this turn, but that's a-okay. This is going to weapons, and this is going to weapons. And it's also the scenario we wanted where we're getting 2 attacks out of our best unit. And there's no shot we're ever going to be opting to target the double-us with how much damage we accidentally did to it. That's just going to die on enemy face counterattacks. We've also not spent, like, any of our SP. At all so far. But just we also had, like, we had a whole other wave before fighting the ghoul last time. So, not surprising. The spare parts are definitely still going to go to the weapons, but that's fine. We can start hammering on the controls. Three haven't gone. Oh, right, because we put the Bazingers in. Oh, last turn. Yeah. It's a shame we can't get the spare parts, but there's no world where we were. Yeah, there's no world where we were getting them because okay, maybe it's not that there's not no world, but we would have had to just let the white base keep doing damage to it to the point where it was going to that the ghoul attacked the white base counterattacked doing damage enough to it to put it to critical HP, and then it attacked, and then the white base attacked again on player phase. Would have had to have been how we did it to both save it from having to, like, do damage, to do combat multiple times, but also save the spare parts. If we get to the point where that would have mattered, then you can call me an idiot in the description. But I think I've wasted some much worse resources already this playthrough. This needs to go to weapons. This needs to go to weapons. Yeah, I think with these two over here, with these two ground Gundams, we'll be able to take the weapons out again. It'll be close this time, but I think we'll be safe. Oh, actually, hold on. Sanders got another spear. What's he got? Is that... I don't remember what it's called. It's the one that... I believe it's the one that adds +2 to the range of your attacks. There is a spirit that lets you snipe, that lets you be able to attack body parts. I do not believe it's that one. Also, whoops, I attacked the engines. Okay, I don't think we're actually going to get to do it this turn, then. We needed the drama of it, I suppose. We already have Persist on. Great. Yep, weapons. It's only got 6,800 more before that attack. It's possible. Whenever I say it's not going to happen, it's usually what it does, so... I don't think Hayato's going to get the finishing kill, even so we have an extra... Oh, that wasn't right. Something weird happened there. So I definitely didn't arrow over yet, but that's fine. I'm, like, so awkwardly, deliberately pressing buttons now, because it's... I've lost a lot of inputs to this controller. And this is the one I usually use, right? Like, I don't think this thing is not out of the ordinary in terms of... my playtime. Like, I would accept maybe that it's just, like, super worn out because of that, but... I think it's probably fine. Yeah, without 2 different mishaps, we would have taken out the weapons this turn. Excuse me? We'll look and see what that was. I look like it was did it resupply itself? Did we run it out of ammo before we could actually run it out of like destroying the weapons? That would be funny. Let's see. We probably did run it out of ammo, actually. Excellent. Okay, we got worse attacks now, but it doesn't matter. Everything's free now. Let's get this attack in here and see how much. Oh, it's 200. It's not changing our math at all. Oh, sweet. Okay, that's perfect. Exactly what we wanted. Man, we're gonna finish. There's gonna be an awkward amount of time left. I think we're gonna have like a half hour-ish. That's fine. We'll start the next one. And I'll just be kicking myself if the next scenario is like 2 hours long. You can move up here and then get the Drow's support attack. We can still get a support attack off of the hover tank. It's just not going to matter that much. I guess for like the articulation, the deliberate display of it, I will also show next turn that. I will show next turn that we can't capture the Fortress Ghoul, or we can't capture the Ghoul because it's a main character. I will not be showing it next turn. Okay. Then I'm just going to use this turn to heal. I don't want to kill it this turn. Specifically so I can show that off. And we can move these in to get re-ammoed. I don't want to attack too much more because I don't want to accidentally put it into repair range. It has the propellant tank and the repair kit left. Yeah, so it did use the cartridge before, so we must have run it out of ammo. Okay. Yeah, see, we don't have the... There would be a capture option in between these two if we could, in fact, capture. But because the pilot is named, we are not allowed to do so. But it's worth showing off. I did say that, and I did say that that was something that would happen, but I also say often not to just take me at my word for things. So, like, let me be responsible and follow through on what I say and, like, actually just have us look at it instead. You know what? Let's give this to Karen because we do want a pilot we do want a pilot to pull ahead, and who better than to be the one we actually like, gave points to. Now, I used Raijino pretty heavily in my first playthrough, so I don't know if... So you can always repeat any of these what-if missions, and I don't know if on a repeat playthrough you can still get the Raijino like extra unit. Because I know a couple of these, if you don't do it on the first one, you lose out on the bonus. You lose out on the special objective. Okay, I think we're gonna save all of our money to all of the upgrades we care about making are too expensive, so that's out. We had to get a repair kit, which we could put on someone. I guess I should do that. I was thinking I was going to forget, but I was going to opt to forget to do that. But no, it's better if we put it on. So here's where I was talking about with extra information. We can put this on, but hold on. Pause that thought. Put that on the white base first. White base, get over here. Here and here. Also, it should probably take some of the repair kits. Yeah, let's take the 2 of them from the Dragonar boys. Oh, when I had said earlier about oh, it's gone again. The streamer brain is really real. I did not expect this to be as difficult as it was to like be able to keep a train of thought going. Like I figured I would babble a little bit more, but it's just stuff evaporates. Good golly. Oh, when I was saying about having information to make the challenges like this possible, the fact that I don't remember whether or not we're going to get energy-based robots we're even going to be able to use, because like typically when you put like when you put resources into the 2 different categories, energy goes to the super robots and ammo goes to the real robots, and inherently the real robots tend to be the crummier ones and also the ones where there's more generics, because just like the nature of the show of the super robot is the main characters are the special chosen ones that get the unique giant robo. So because I don't remember what we're going to get at the end of this, I can't, it feels bad holding on to those propellant tanks and the large generator when they could be funds that could actually like bump us up an upgrade right now. Like that could matter right now, and we're just holding on to them for a time and robots that are never going to come. Okay, anything else special going on here? No, not quite. Is this the one that's like really canyon based and we're like driving the hover truck down? I think it is. Yeah, we're mashing up where 0079 meets Rambaral and Haman. No relation to the pink-haired woman of Zeon from Zeta and Double Zeta Gundam. With when Eleanor and Michael, I believe, get stranded in a Fubusu team. I know Eleanor runs away for a little bit. And I think it's going to happen here. I forgot about I believe she's a guerrilla fighter, Kiki, the girl with the, like, really explosive orange hair. Yeah, her. I know Shiro gets lost in the jungle for a little bit, and that's when he meets her. I'm pretty sure. I do gotta go back through. I gotta go back and rewatch all this stuff. But that's the trouble. There's too many cool things to watch. Like I can't justify going back and rewatching a show that I already theoretically know the plot of. When it's like, well, I haven't even seen most of the Super Robot Wars, most of the Super Robot shows. Okay, this was not the scenario that I was thinking of. There's one where we're just like utterly surrounded in like going down a canyon, and the black tri-stars are like attacking us too. Okay. Let's see what we're able to do here. Let's look at our objectives. That's not that screen. Yeah, standard stuff. Destroy everything. Allies destroyed. Okay. We've got Rambaral and the Goof. The Goof is like an upgraded version of the Zaku. If you're in 0079, this is a scary moment. If you're not in 0079, this probably isn't going to matter. It tends to be pretty melee focused. This is also our first instance of a Chop Ham armor, which is going to be a great get for us, even though we're mostly dodge based. That still can go on something. It's probably going to go on the white base, to be honest. And then this is the Zanzibar. This is the battleship that Rambaral and Haman co-pilot. It doesn't really usually get to like attack much in universe, so I don't know what it's going to do here. These Zakus are pretty meaningless, but who knows if we're going to actually get to use our units. I don't think the hover truck can handle this all on its own. Oh, that's okay. We'll just bring everybody close in. I was really excited for a second because we had a ground Gundam, but that's not the pilot we need. That's Shiro again. I would love to stumble across like a draft race meta for these games, for any SRW games, but like the Japanese meta for it. I know the Japanese meta for Fire Emblem draft racing is super different than the US version, or like the Western world version. There we go. Okay. It is a bit of a bummer. Also, hold on, we should do this first because it's going to DQ all of those. If we're going to switch, someone got knocked out of a unit that we need them to be in. Okay, Kai got taken out. We're going to put Kai in here and then put Sanders in something else. Is a ball better or is Zaku better? Oh, it's right. The answer is easy. It's going to have to be a ball because we can't. We literally can't. Or it's going to have to be a Zaku because we literally can't deploy the ball. Ground Gundam, Jim, Zaku 2, Ground Gundam, Drow, Zaku 2, Drow. That's everything. Oh, that's tilting. Okay. Okay. Yes. Hi, let's go. Ooh, hello. People have joined. Thank you for joining. I wonder how long you've been here. Have I not been paying attention? You've been here for a little bit. Thank you for choosing me as your entertainment venue for the evening. My name's Austin. Welcome to the Super Robot Wars Archives. We're playing GC, if you are unfamiliar, and we're playing it in the stupidest way imaginable, which is to say we can't use anybody that isn't generic. So if they're main characters or villains, ain't gonna fly. If the robots are singular in their world, ain't gonna fly. So right now that means we are reduced to stuff like Zaku's, which is going surprisingly well. Things are going okay for us. The trouble we're having right now is the game really wants to show off all of the main characters and get them to do some fancy stuff, but we can't. So regularly what that means is, like, actually here we can look at this situation. So like I can't use Shiro because he's the main character of April Team, but we can use the mass production ground Gundam that he's in. We had a pilot that was available for this challenge, and well, they just reslotted Shiro into it for the sake of the plot of this scenario. So whoops, I guess we just we're down a unit. And we're not at the point yet where we have enough non-main character pilots that we can just sub in somebody else, right? Like, that just, it means we're just fully out a member. We were able to deploy 10 this scenario, and we only had 7 we could send out, so yikes, that means we have just fewer options. I hope you're all having a good evening. I probably won't be going for that much more. We're at the very least going to finish this. We're going to at the very least finish this scenario. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Darn. I saw Ground Gundam. I thought it was fine, but that was the Shiro one. You can also tell that I'm not, like, particularly sticklery about the challenge, seeing as I just made that miscue, but this is mostly just practice for, 4 days from now? You may be interested, if you are watching a Super Robot Wars stream, that this channel will be streaming Super Robot Wars Y when it comes out for absolutely the very first 3 days of its release, and then just however long into the rest of it we're going to need to, like, finish playing the game. I'm trying to contrive of some very silly challenge. I would have liked to have made it the generics challenge, but in looking at some early information about the game, I think what I saw was that people were playing the tutorial but only available on the Switch, that there just, like, aren't generics in the game in pretty much everyone's main character material, so that means my plans have been foiled, which is fine. I think it's to be expected. Oh, why do you get a support here? Hold on. Is someone a relevant pilot? Yes, okay. Akos? I guess he was the guy that we saw in the cutscene. Is he a named character? I mean, he must be. Is he a named character on Rambo Rao's team? But I suppose he is. That's probably a kill. We are sitting out in the middle of nowhere, though, so I guess we'll put on Persist. Oh yeah, we should check what the spirit is. Yeah, this is just the at the very least, it is the +2 range spirit. I wouldn't be surprised though if they also just tacked the you also can snipe now for the turn spirit onto something that already exists. They just didn't have to make something like unique for that. Also have low accuracy is just because you're on a building. No, okay. This is touchy. Sure. Let's have... I think Karen can probably be the one to crack into this HP. Yeah, great. I guess, actually, hold on. No, we're just going to finish him off. I didn't look what his part was. We can look at them quick. Repellent tank, that's fine. But yeah, any threat that's going to be happening in this is because of bosses. Let's get them out right away. We're going to be sitting on the Zanzibar for a minute. And I'm curious to see how they have scaled Rambarao. Like I said, the goof is framed as if it's this like really terrifying upgrade in universe, or like in the context of the show at the time, but it means very little into the face of all of the history of mobile suits. Okay, there we go. Now and Hayato's starting to level. He's starting to creep up in terms of levels. I guess I also just very rudely fully ignored the other half of the scenario that showed up on the left side. Let's look at that right now. I could have had light scan them to look at them better, but that's okay. Okay, so we have more Zaku's here. They're not anything. Let's make sure there's none of the other relevant pilots hidden in there. We have these high mobility types again, which if we could capture would be excellent. I gotta figure out if there's a way we can capture these. And then we also have Norris in his Goof Custom. This is, despite what I just said about the goof down here with Rambarao in it, the goof custom is very spooky. It gets some pretty gnarly scenes in 8th Mobile Suit Team. It has this just like very intense, like large Gatling gun underneath one of its shields. And Norris has proven to be probably the most threatening of bosses so far. I maintain that Meio Plato would have been scarier, but I just looked at him and went, okay, I remember you being scary. We have to respond as if you're going to be scary. Whereas Norris, I went, oh, you're just like, you're like not a no-name, right? Like, you persist throughout 8th Team, but like not that big of a deal pilot, so I'm not gonna like take you seriously, right? Like, I sort of just let him go when, in fact, the units he was in didn't mean anything, but he as a pilot's real spooky. So now that we've given him a real unit, he might actually be a problem. But it's also, I'm also having a hard time like talking about things like in a way that I did not with R, because I don't know damage formulas yet. So I don't know like what is a good amount of stats. Now that we got the Zanzibar combat scanned, we can take a look at what the situation's happening there is. It was very aggressive, and seeing as the vast majority of our enemies right now are Zaku's, despite what I said before about like just clearing stuff off the board, maybe we do try to take the Zanzibar down, assuming it doesn't have any healing parts. Maybe that's the like actual caveat, right? Is if it's got healing, it's probably a waste of time. We got to take out everything else. But with healing, or with, yeah, if it has healing, taking everything else out probably makes the most sense. Without healing, it's probably good to go. Yeah, let's try to get the damage in while we have some more defenses up. Hamon has... She does have a spare parts. Okay, that's unfortunate. How spooky of damage does she have? Oh no, okay. No, for small and medium things, it's only this 2,500. Okay, yeah, we're gonna ignore her. That can be a much later problem. Okay. That's, I think, a waste of the white base. We gotta clear more stuff. How? That's not nothing. I don't mind that action, but I think we probably have better. Right? Like, Karen is also queued up pretty well to attack Norris. It would be better if she had the support attack, if I had remembered to keep these two adjacent, but... I also just, like, 3 times over the course of that sentence went, where's my third ground Gundam? Like, multiple times. We can't move him back, though. That does take him out of range of being able to finish Norris off. I think these are the same pretty much either way, so let me use the one that's slightly less range. Yeah, okay. Good. There, I think it already have cleared a large problem from this scenario. Give the serious pilot to Hayato. Are you on terrain? You are on worse terrain. Let's put you in this house. And that takes rid of Akon. Now it's really just Rambarao that's a menace. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, it's gonna be here. We need to take safe kills. Oh man. The desert is not making this job easier for us, but if either of them could get some, like, movement up, that would be cool too. Let's stay defensive and adjacent. And... that's probably lethal. Okay, never mind. The hover tank probably has something better to do than... Oh, maybe not. Never mind. It's your lucky day. You get a kill. Okay, and then what can the white base do meaningfully? We've got a lot of partial damage, so I feel like another attack off any of those is probably going to kill them. So let's hit the one that is at full health. Yeah, great. And then 2? Yes, right. Yeah. The ground Gundam and the regular Gundam. And then we'll just allow ourselves to get grounded. Why did we take 1,600? Did it crit? Surely crits are not literal double damage. Maybe it was because it has, I guess that was the Zaku Bazooka, where this is... Yeah, okay, yeah, the Bazooka does a lot more damage. It's just that they had to move in previous from... The 2 that attacked us to start were ones that had moved. This is bad. I think Hayaka's probably gonna die. Okay. We can't... Yeah, okay. We can't quite dodge tank yet. And there's not... No one has any, like, really unique skills quite yet, so dodge tanking is just dependent on getting more stats in. I do like the idea that you might have some pilots that can dodge tank on the occasion because some, like, skills have triggered, whereas the game is also, like, painfully boring once you were able to just, like, force a pilot up to the threshold of never taking a hit ever again, right? Because, like, obviously if you never get hit, it's game's easy. It is like deeply satisfying to do the first time. Like I was popping off. I was losing my mind when I got the Dragonar to, or I guess the Lifter one. Whatever the final upgrade for Dragonar Unit 1 was. When I had that set to 0, a 100% dodge chance, I was so ecstatic. And then I could just park it in the middle of everything, and then they still attacked, and everything died. Yeah, you know what, sure. We gotta weaken up the goof at some point, and the white base is already at the point where it's not gonna be moving. Really, it's not gonna do anything else much for the rest of this game. Okay. Right, we want to see if... Oh joy. Okay, we can weaken the high mobility. We can capture one of the high mobility types. So we can do that to replace what Ryu's in. I don't know if I want to waste time getting both of them. I think that might be a little bit overkill, when we probably aren't going to use them much beyond, like, right now. So I say we capture one. And we're only going to do so at the very end of the scenario, so we just got to remember to try and keep one of them alive. Only because the hover tank is the only thing that can do it, and it's got a job to do right now. Okay. I don't mind giving this to Tap. Great. Yeah, I suppose the hover tank can be capturing while the rest of my pilots are weakening the Zanzibar up. Okay. I think we need to stop holding back over here. We need to actually get in range. It's not the best use of any of these pilots, but... Oh, no, never mind. We can still just be sniping. I do wish there was some treasure to be found in this desert map, but unfortunately, no such luck. No thieves have buried anything for us. I do think I think this desert also has come a little bit too early into the playthrough. There's just not enough. Are any of these gonna be lethal? No. There's just not enough going on yet in terms of our team comp that we can, like, try to select around the fact that we're gonna have really low movement. I think desert maps are the most interesting, or whenever these, like, forced to have low mobility no matter where you are maps, I think are the most interesting when you have to, like, balance between, okay, I could use the team that I have been using, but commit to the fact that I'm going to have way lower mobility, but I have units that are, like, reasonable. Or I could use characters that work in deserts fine, but I've not been investing into. So, like, it maybe gives you an excuse to, like, see some other units that you have been using in a new light. That you haven't been using in a new light. Okay, this is getting spooky now. We can have light heal up some next turn too. Yeah, no, we have to be blocking the rest of these. We've still got 4 more attacks left. That mercifully, we've got 3 more attacks left. Yeah, no, we gotta block. The hover tank can just dodge, yeah. And we want to dodge here because we're theoretically keeping that one. Okay. Our circumstances are going to be looking vastly different at the end of this turn. I'm not too worried. Again, it would just be pretty cool of them if I was able to see the difference immediately, just like on a glance, between my Saku and the enemy Sakus. Okay. I think that's probably a sufficient amount of healing compared against, you know, us taking some more of these out. What else is low? Oh yeah, we got a lot of named pilots. That's Kudan, Kramp, and Kozun. Yeah, okay, those two are real. I guess not that real. Actually, you know what? Maybe we do take this high mobility one out because it is so low already. There was someone that was... Yeah, there's a couple that were low here. Give these to the Drow because they're so much worse. I wonder if we're going to see some more of the... Oh, that's a shame. Some more of the Dragonar pilots soon. It would be pretty cool if we did. Now that we actually have, like, a way to get access to them. Okay. Who else is... Yeah, I'll let the white base do this. This is a kill, so he's got that off the board. Yeah, we took out a lot of stuff this turn. We're sitting fine now. HPs are on the lower side, but I think we'll be okay. I need to heal the white base first, because if that dies, we 100% lose the game. So, there, we're good. It does say I didn't use 3 units. Did I put someone in the white base and I've forgotten? Also, can't do that. Definitely got to be blocking. My mistake. Yeah, that's fine. That's still a lot of damage. Okay. I mean, next turn for sure, right? Next turn for sure, literally everything is off the board, except for one of the high mobilities. And the Zanzibar. The targeting priority of this is just so odd. Okay, we'll give you a persist to fight against the Zanzibar. You get healed here. Who is lower? That one's lower. Okay, so that one can go down. Oh, this is not our Zaku. Great. Those are us. That one's not. Oh, Kai is looking rough. We can... no, we'll open with him because he has the persist still. So, yeah, no, this is preferable. We can just use the long-ranged attack and solve that problem anyway. We have 1 full HP, 2 full HP, 1 barely hanging on. We can persist with Sanders and open up one of the full HP ones. And yeah, that should be dead between him, the support attack, and then the support attack making their own action on their turn. Yeah, Ryu can kill that. I will shift left. And then the Drow can probably get this sorted. Yeah. And then the white base can finish the last one off. But right, I need to check if we put someone away. Amuro, main character, and then Shiro in the white base. Or Shiro in the white base in the ground type Gundam. Okay. Perfect. And then I think actually let's look at the situation over here. Come on. Thank you. What's our ammo count looking like? We have one here. We've got... It's still got a melee, though. If we take out its arms, we're in the clear. You just block. Yeah, the persist. You just block. We don't want that to die. I guess... Hold on. Let's experiment. We're pretty well in the clear here. This is the +2 range action. But let's see if it lets us snipe. It does let us snipe. Okay. Hold on. Does that let us... No, okay. That only lets the person who's used it translate their actions into sniping. So we don't want to actually use that support attack then, because I don't want to do regular damage to it. But that is good to know. And then we're going to riskily, we're going to be very risky and have the hover tank attack. Oh no. Is it dead? Okay. I said it was risky. I think that means we are out in terms of being able to capture that, but I will hold out hope that I think of something or something avails itself. Oh, it's still counterattacked? Hold on. Oh, it does have a body-based weapon. Okay. Well, it was still correct to take out the weapons first, for sure. If we could get the controls down this turn, that would be pretty good, but I don't think we're going to. How close did we get with this? It's only got 152 left. If we just do regular damage to it, it is possible. Oh no, that's only going to break the arm. That doesn't break literally the rest of the non-body parts. Yeah. Block here. And I think we just gotta kill it. I think I miscued on that one pretty heinously. We even had parts left. Though actually, we even had spirits left. But that said, he can't attack anymore. So we do have time to figure it out if necessary. I think we're going to need to use a repair kit on Bright. I'm going to do it just to be safe. This might be a waste, but we also learned that, okay, yes, they are in fact a full heal. We can attack here, take out the controls from a safe range, and then start working on the weapons from close range. But the weapons are not changing whether we're getting attacked, counterattacked or not. Light is looking pretty dead. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you attack out of range? Yes, you can. We don't get a support attack, but that's a-okay. Karen can just focus. Perfect. Just still got hit anyway. That's okay. We're getting real. Our rolls are pretty lousy. We can go weapons again, which that's also a shame we're sitting here with two people that had trust up too. I guess what I'm hoping for at this point is somehow in the middle of doing this, we'll get enough EXP that it'll give us a level that gives someone else something like sniping. Yeah, that's fine. Shame about how that worked out, though, because that does mean that we sort of wasted the repair kit from the white base, but it's okay. You know what? Maybe we don't think about it as wasting it. Maybe we think about it as, because we used the repair kit, the white base seemed like a less optimal target. So it deterred it through that action. That's 100% chance to get counterattacked. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's the engines down. Now we can start doing a real damage to it. We can't attack from here. Yeah. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. At least there. Great. And we want to be adjacent to the drow so we can get a counterattack in. Or a support attack. We get to form the little, like, perimeter diagonal. I'm so upset about the high mobility thing still. Would have been looking great had we captured that. Maybe it's... Oh boy, that was so much more damage than I was expecting. Okay. Let's check. Okay, that can't snipe. Maybe it's not that big a deal. Maybe this is telling me that the L game and Blazner pilots are actually on their way a lot sooner than I'm expecting. Oh, well, I can get close enough to check. Yeah, okay, well, it was fun and cool. What a bummer. Though, it does look like we're getting a what-if scenario after this, so we could theoretically still have a second chance at those high mobility types. Okay, I can't be too upset. Well, thank you everyone for watching. I am gonna call it here once we get to a point where we can save. It's been about four and a half hours now. Yeah, thereabouts. I need to go eat dinner. For my viewers who are actively watching, like I said before, but in case you were off, or maybe we rotated out who was viewing, I will be streaming again as of Wednesday, which is when Y comes out. It's whatever the first day Y comes out. I'm pretty sure that's a Wednesday. I'm pretty sure it's the 27th, but it will be then. I see people showed up. Actually, let's check this actively, because I can do that. I see we got viewership around 7:30-ish, which is, I would say, a rough. I was gonna say it's roughly what we had last time, but that's not true. I started streams before at 7 to 10, and people showed up close to the end. So, yeah, without any other context from people, I think I'm gonna say probably roughly around the same time for Y, tentatively, assuming something doesn't change. But like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we'll say like 4 to 8 again for Y. I won't have any streams in between then. I want to wrap up the scripted video I keep promising I'm going to get done, which I swear is almost done. I just keep running into some snags. There keeps being some problem, but I want to get that put out soon. And just generally getting the paperwork ready. I'll talk about it more while we're actually like playing that game proper, but I want to actively be working on the paperwork for that game while I am playing it. So the goal is to get whatever scenarios we play during stream, I'm going to try and get as much of that cataloged in paperwork as possible that night then once I turn stream off. So I'm trying to get as much of that set up ahead of time as possible to give myself the best shot at getting all that done. I suspect it's going to be a tall order, or maybe those are going to be pretty long. So who's to say? We'll find out. But that's going to wrap it up for me. Thank you everyone for watching. I really appreciate you being here. I'm just overjoyed. I've been skipping through my house these last couple days, seeing that people are like actually invested in what I'm doing. I never imagined that people were going to care, and I'm more than happy with the turnout so far. So thank you all again for watching. Please stick around, and let's see what we can make this as we go into the future of a more recent game. Take care, everyone. Have a good night.